Good morning, everyone. We're going to call the meeting to order, and we'll start with the land acknowledgement statement. We acknowledge that the ground on which we live is the traditional territory of Caldwell First Nation, of the Three Fires Confederacy, and the original people of Point Pelee and Pelee Island and its surrounding lands and waters, and that of the Huron-Wendat and Wyandot peoples. We recognize and respect the First Nations who are stewards of the land and waters of Turtle Island and who have embraced this stewardship since time immemorial. We would also like to acknowledge the contributions of other nearby First Nation communities and all original people across Turtle Island. We will now have a moment of silent reflection, followed by the playing of our national anthem. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if there's any technical difficulties online. Is there a way to make sure everything's working on YouTube before we proceed, if sound and everything? If we could, just to be sure. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Deputy?
As you know, Madam Mayor, after speaking with the ministry, I will be under the Police Services Act. Therefore, in order to ensure that there's no perceived conflict of interest, anything that has to do with anyone speaking on police matters, I will withdraw myself from the chamber.
Any other disclosures? Nope. There being none, I'm now going to hand over the meeting to our CAO, Mr. Militia.
Thank you very much, Mayor Malash, and thank you, Councillor Reno, for leading us through O Canada. Usually you have some background music, but that was pleasant nonetheless. So thank you very much for that. Hopefully we're over some of the technical difficulties that we've might have encountered earlier in the meeting. So welcome to the 2024 budget deliberation sessions. It's certainly an exciting time of the year. It's the most wonderful time of the year. And I used to say that with dread as the finance director, but as the CAO, it's a bit of a different perspective, I would say. Certainly, this is quite a wonderful time of the year, and I mean that sincerely, in the sense that this is an opportunity where the municipality, through council's direction, can set direction for the entire year. And with our budgets, they tend to take a longer term view, and so we really set direction for more than 1 year. And so from that perspective, I think it is a wonderful opportunity that we have with the budget deliberation sessions. Obviously, it's also unifying in a sense. We do have a large contingent of our administrative team here to understand what the pressures are of the municipalities, where we are with respect to some of the programs, some of the projects, and where the resource allocations will be for the coming year and the coming years to come. So I think it's from that perspective, it does unify our team, and it goes back to that whole concept of Team LaSalle. In terms of where we are and how we perceive ourselves and how we operate as a group. So I think it is a wonderful time and an opportunity. Certainly the 2024 budget has been, and maybe I can just get the slide presentation up. Perfect. Certainly we have had a lot of challenges this year, inflation being probably the largest one. We have had a number of inflationary pressures, both contractual and non-contractual increases across the municipality, and that is probably the theme that we are feeling, and I would say that regionally and across the province, everyone is feeling quite the same. Last year we had record high inflation. It has subsided in 2024, but still, again, high rates with respect to the last decade that we've had. I think if you take a look at our last 2 years, both 2022 and 2023 inflation rates, they probably amount to somewhere around 10 or 12% inflation across the board. And that's just on the Consumer Price Index. I know that Mr. Langlois and Mr. Farrar certainly have some other slides that will show, but certainly the Construction Price Index is what we go by with a lot of our built items and infrastructure projects. Those rates are far in excess of 15 or 20% over the 2-year period. So there are some challenges that we have. There's no doubt about that. So from that perspective, our budget is basically an inflationary budget plus some established program funding increases that Council is aware of. So those are the 2 main factors that we see in our budget going forward. Next slide. I do want to take a moment and really talk about the success in LaSalle and what that means. And really it comes from an approach of, certainly it's a team approach, putting the community first, and that is a cumulative effort by council and staff. We take a long-term strategic focus of the community as a whole, and we pride ourselves and try to deliver excellent services in a financially sustainable and responsible manner. I will say that, again, throughout the presentation, you won't hear me talk, at least my section, and likely the most other sections that you'll hear today, you won't hear very much of, well, this is what others are doing. We very much take the view of we're looking in the mirror and it's about what we need to do. But I will touch on our increase that is slated or proposed for 2024 is in the range of what the regional increases are. And the regional increases are coming in somewhere between 5% and 10%. That's what the proposed increases are. And some outside of our region have settled at just over 6 or 7%. So I think from a rate perspective, while it is unusual that we have a rate this high, an increase this high, it is somewhat understandable with respect to inflation. I think what most municipal approaches have been for 2022 in establishing the 2023 budget was inflation was a blip. We expected it to come down substantially in 2024. Unfortunately, it hasn't ratcheted down to the levels that we had hoped, and so we still battle with the inflationary side. I think one of the important parts that so we're not alone, I would say. We're not alone in that whole battle with inflation, both in the not-for-profit sector and the profit sector. It is a battle all the way across. The inflation has some good parts, not very many, mind you, but interest rates are higher, so we do earn a little bit more on our cash holdings, so we do have that advantage, but our costs are going up at more than that. With respect to the budget, we released the budget probably earlier than most. And so we released it in mid-November. We have had it on our social media platform, PlaySpeak, for commentary. We've also had an open house that we hosted at the Volmer last week. as well as the opportunity for folks to certainly contact members of council, which I know that they have, as well as register as a delegate for today, which I don't believe we've had any registered delegates for today. So that's confirmed. We don't have any registered delegates for today. So there are ample opportunities for the public and the community at large to input into our budget. Surely, again, most of the commentary that we have heard, and albeit even though we've had a larger than normal increase, then the amount of commentary we've had in comparison to what we traditionally get has been less, quite frankly. I think there is an understanding in the public that inflation is hitting all aspects. There is also an anticipation in the public that the municipality will do everything it can to be fiscally responsible. I would also say, in terms of the conversations that I was a part of at the open house in particular, where people took the time out to actually come and speak to us directly, interestingly enough, most of the conversations at that session was not about what we plan to do. Interestingly enough, a lot of the conversation was about where we stand on the grant side in comparison to our municipal comparators, and where we stand on a tax, water, and wastewater billing cycle compared to our regional comparators. Those were probably the two most popular poster boards that we had. From that perspective. And really there is an impression out there, and quite frankly, we need to do a better job. We've been trying year after year, but there is this impression that in LaSalle, you pay the most, quite frankly. That is that impression out there. But the reality is when you compare our relative rates against what's out there from the other communities, we are in the middle of the pack. I would also argue that we are in the middle of the pack. However, I would challenge most community members to look across the service deliveries, the services that we deliver. And there aren't very many municipalities in our region and even beyond that are undertaking what we are. And so I think we're doing that in a fiscally responsible manner. That is the other side that we hear. And so we hear that we would like to pay less, and I think, quite honestly, everybody would like to pay less. I think that's a generic statement. But when pressed and asked, what would you like us to cut? What's not important to you? Is it the Volmer? Is it our emergency services? Is it how we operate? Is it what we're doing at the waterfront? Is it the parks? Most answers we get are, no, we don't want anything cut. And so it's a bit of an imbalanced equation in that we're operating as efficiently as we can. We're looking for every opportunity to increase that efficiency. However, the services that we deliver cost, and that's the reality of where we are. And so for some folks, they may choose to not live in LaSalle. And I say that very delicately because I don't want that perception to go out there that we want people to move out. That's not it at all. But the reality is we have a certain service delivery model with services that we offer, and those cost an amount. And what the overall comparison would be is that we're middle of the pack when it comes to the cost. But I would argue that from a service delivery side, we're at the top end of the range. And so I think that's an important to note. Kind of the results of our success. And so sometimes, and I heard it this morning, we don't do enough patting of ourselves on the back. And that is a very true statement. We're trying to get better at that, but we often take the more humble approach and saying that's what we're supposed to do. But the reality is that we've had population growth and housing growth that are unsurpassed. If we look over the last 20 years, we're growing faster than anyone. Well, I shouldn't say that. Over the 20-year period, yes. Over the last 5 or 10 years, certainly the municipality of Lakeshore has had some extremely high growth rates. And so our growth in revenues have been great. We have had growth, like real growth. This is new housing built. This isn't a reassessment type of growth. This is new housing being built. We've had continuous population growth as we go through, and with that has come an increase on the business side too. That's a little lagging, quite frankly, and we're trying to do more in that area, but we have had an increase in the business side of things. On the, we are viewed as industry and sector leaders. And while that may not mean anything to the average person driving down Malden Road this morning, I look at it as, and I had to look it up to get the right quote. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And I will tell you that I probably field anywhere from 2 to 5 calls a month from other municipalities, both in the region and outside, to ask, how are you doing this? And that, I think, is a sense of what we're doing and we're on the right path, that people actually want to imitate us. And, I can't speak for all members of the administration, but I think they field those same types of calls. And so I think from that perspective, and if you look around, it is the most wonderful time of the year, and if you'd like to read more wonder and read more budgets, not that ours isn't think enough as it is, but look around at some of the other municipal budgets, and you will see frames that come directly from our budget. And while on one sense I go, really? On the other sense I said, that's okay. Because, we learn from others as well. We didn't get to this right away. And so I think we learn from others, and if others can learn from us, that's great. And if they can maybe build it a little better, maybe we can learn from them. And so, I think that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, and I think we are, from that perspective, how we operate what we do on the right track. The other factor of success is our employee side in terms of attraction and retention. And so while we all have struggles, in speaking with my counterparts, both here locally and regionally and beyond, the difficulties that we're facing are very specific to certain areas. By and large, we have a program in place that will attract employees and keep employees. And there's some in the audience today that are new to our organization. And I would encourage members of the council to go and ask them, why did you want to come here? And they'll tell you from their own words as to the reasons why. And so I think we don't have those same problems. We do have challenges in those areas, but not to the same level. And certainly the external recognition. And, it would not be a budget session if we did not say that we have another award-winning budget. And that is, hopefully, we're going to keep track. So that's one for today. We'll see how many times we can say it today. But that is in no small part to the two gentlemen to my left, both Mr. Langlois and Mr. Ferraro, take an amount of a large degree of time to understand what those principles are on budgeting, what that is, and to ensure that we are at the highest level, and we are. And so from that perspective, that doesn't come alone. There's a team that's certainly within the finance department, as well as the administrative staff that are with us here today, and those that are online, and those that couldn't be with us today. It's everybody's budget. It's all of our budget. It's your budget, members of council. It's our budget as members of administrations. It's the community's budget. And so we're very proud that we do receive that honor on an annual basis. And certainly from that perspective, I'd like to thank the leadership that everyone has showed with respect to getting us to that point, and certainly the two individuals to my left deserve a large degree of the credit as well. I think that internal recognition is something that we need to do a bit more on. And you'll hear more and more of this as in the coming months, as we've just gotten some draft results from our internal employee engagement survey. And one of the things that is coming through that is that we need to recognize more. And that's what today is a bit of that, is to recognize more. We will get better at that, but that's certainly something, again, that we will need to do as time goes on. I will also say that some of the drive for success is built on it's never enough. And that comes from all of us. It comes from me, and I think most of certainly the senior leadership team will. I'm hoping that the tomatoes aren't being pelted at me at the moment, but certainly, again, it's that whole competitiveness, is that it's never enough. We need to do better. We always need to do better. And from that perspective, it's that drive that we have that leads to that success. And so how do we get there? So if I can get the next slide, please. It is a traditional approach that we take. We set goals and expectations. Some of them are stretch goals, quite frankly. Those are goals that are very, very difficult to achieve, but it sets the path to success. And that's how we do it. We spend a lot of time on processes and projections and looking to understand how we can get to those goals and expectations. And we plan for the future. We administratively believe strongly that the problems that we have today, we should have been thinking about 5 and 10 years ago. And today, we should be thinking about where we want to be in 5 or 10 years, because that way it makes things easier. And our track record of success would show that. I just want to spend a little bit of time on where that comes from, and it really is the strategic objectives. Again, we have 5 strategic objectives as part of the strategic plan 2050. Again, organizational excellence, strong public services and infrastructure, strengthening community engagement, growing and diversifying our local economy, and building our high quality of life. And I take a minute to read all that out, not because of any other reason, is that how important it is. These are what drive what our goal setting is about. This is what drives the direction and focus of the municipality. And so when we talk about where we want to be, it's driven off of these 5 factors as we go there. How we do that is based a lot on our values. And our values are based on, we want to show responsibility. We want to be approachable. We want to be accountable. Those are things that we drive towards. We're very passionate. We want to be very passionate about that. We forward think. We want to think about where the problems are coming in the future so that we can get prepared for them. And certainly we want to collaborate, both amongst our administrative team, with members of council, and with the community. That's what we intend to do and how we get to the success that we've had. Just want to take just a couple of minutes here to talk about the strategic plan. Certainly we released the strategic plan right in January of 2020. Certainly, that was right at the 2 months later. We went into an emergency situation with COVID, and so we were able to make some progress, perhaps not as much as we wanted to, but certainly we are going to be preparing for the 5-year review and update in 2025. Part of that is going to be looking at a community survey as part of that preparation. We hope to do that towards the latter parts of 2024 in preparation for that. We will be reviewing the results and preparing an update for certainly council and the community, having some collaborative sessions and some outreach with respect to that, and then eventually we'll have that presentation back to the community. One of the things that, again, because of the timing of the release and what we had with the pandemic happen, as part of this update, we want to spend a little bit more time and focus on looking at the 2050 objectives and perhaps creating a hopscotch, if you will, of goals for the next 5 years and saying, okay, this is what we want to achieve in the next 5 years and then the 5 years after that, and to sort of break down some of those goals and get things a little bit more measurable when we get to that. So I think from that perspective, we have some plans coming forward with the strategic plan. Council should be aware of that, and the community should be aware that that's what our plan is. So on the screen you'll see, and it's part of the presentation documents that have been presented, there's a lot of people and houses on the screen, and the wave is coming. And again, one of the things I think that we need to understand and be ready for is the wave is coming. The population is coming, and I know that for some that is a little bit uncomfortable. That means that we're going to have a whole different expansion to our community. Population is increasing. We expect it to increase. And that, whether we want to or not, we are seeing that immigration numbers are increasing. We are seeing that certainly from our geographic location, Essex County is becoming an area where people from across Ontario and across Canada are looking to retire from a climate perspective. So we are getting that inward migration from within the country to this area. And certainly we've been very fortunate over the last number of years that we've had some very positive economic news in the region. And that's going to drive more people coming here to work. And that's no different than what happened in Alberta when the oil sands first started up. They had a whole host of inward migration in those areas of workers. So the people are coming, and the question is, are we ready? And why are they coming to LaSalle in particular? We have certainly high-quality services, and we have a high quality of service delivery that we have. We make positive investments in infrastructure. We approach things from a fiscally responsible manner, and we have a strong financial and reserve positions. And some of the slides that are included in the budget that we'll touch on a little later will identify that a little more. There's a strong sense of community in LaSalle. And I think one of the things it's grounded in proper land use planning. And we've done a lot of reports, and I know recently Council has received a number of reports with respect to the secondary plan, with respect to what's happening at the waterfront and what's happening certainly with the Howard Bouffard drainage area. There are a number of things that we have in terms of that drive that land use planning side that make the community what it is. I will say that we're also stable and well-governed. And that's not because I'm trying to inflate anyone's ego, but the reality is that we've had stable municipal governments for the last 2 decades. And that doesn't mean that there's always agreement, but it is respectful conversation and dialogue with a collaborative approach. And so that, I think, it attracts people here. They don't want to hear the arguments. They don't want to hear that, and they want to hear a unified voice and when they're looking at a place to live. We are environmentally progressive. We have been so for a long time. We purchased the LaSalle Woods because we thought it was the right thing to do. The legislation caught up and now has really, the current legislation has allowed for more of that to happen. But those are some of the things that really go unnoticed. There are properties across LaSalle that we have purchased just for the only reason of protecting them. Taxpayer dollars for the future to do that. Not many of our counterparts have done that. They rely on external agencies, they rely on legislation, but we've taken that approach that is something that is important to us. And so we've done some of that. And certainly there's a strong sense of pride within the community. But what we do is for us. That's part of that whole concept of, it's great to be better than the next person, but it really doesn't matter. We need to do what's best for us, and when I mean us, I mean the town of LaSalle, the community of LaSalle, the organization of LaSalle. I think that's where we have to really focus our efforts, and all these things as to why people come to LaSalle. I'd love to say, well, it's just happened in the last 5 years, coincidentally. That's not it. And as my son always tells me, that ain't it, Chief. That's not it. And really, some members of council are going to try to sneak this in twice today. So some members of council, and certainly every member of administration, have heard me talk about dynamic leadership. So that's the first time. I'll say it one more time. It's later on in the presentation. But I think I'd like to introduce another term. And it's called historical greatness. And that goes back to, hey, we've done a lot of good things in the past that we maybe don't give ourselves credit for. We've made investments in the past. And I was talking to a former employee yesterday about the Vollmer project and how the waterfront project is the next Vollmer project, and how when we built the Vollmer, we built it for today. We built it for 2024, 2023. We didn't build it in 2004, just for 2004. We built it for today. And so that forward-looking, I called it that historical greatness of making those tough decisions at the time. And some members of council were part of those councils of those days that had fire halls full of people that were disagreeable and agreeable. They had community and the conversations at the grocery stores that were sometimes a little tense. But the reality is we've made that investment that's paid off today. And that's what's driven a lot of the population growth that we have. That's what's driven that. And so I think those investments and those decisions that we've made in the past really speak to that historical greatness that I wish I could say was all me, but it's not. I was happy to be part of some of those decisions, but certainly some of those decisions predate me and go back beyond the 4 or 5 decades. So again, many members of council have seen this, and again, from the public perspective, we are expecting some population changes. And so when you look at what forecasts look like, it is anywhere from, in 2050, so that is probably 30 years away, 25 years away, we're expecting a population of somewhere between 50 and 100,000 people. Now that's a big range. There's no doubt about it. And that's how population forecasts work. Over the long term, there will be some ups and downs in that period. But the changes are coming, whether it's at the low end or at the high end. And when we first started to put this together, certainly me, I will speak personally, and I think some of the senior leadership team started to take a look at that and went, oh boy, this is a big change. You know, how do we expect the community to be in 25 years? It's a bigger change that we've seen over the last 25 years. So our population is likely going to double and may even triple in the next 25 years. And so just to put that in a frame of reference, that, you know, on the low end, that's about 600 people per year on average. At the high end, that's 2,500 people per year. And the mid-range is probably where we're going to be, is somewhere between 1,300 and 1,500 or 1,600 people per year that we see moving to LaSalle on average every year. And so you can imagine that that's going to change the community. It's going to change how we do things. And what does that growth mean? It means a lot of things. It means that certainly how we view ourselves is going to change. You know, right now, we view ourselves, you know, we like to feel like we're a small community. And in a lot of ways we are. And it's difficult, and because we don't want to lose that focus. We don't want to lose touch with that. But the reality is we're in the top 15% of municipalities in Ontario. We are firmly a mid-sized city in terms of what we offer, in terms of our population and how we operate. And certainly as population increases, we can expect more resident demands. We can expect different socioeconomic issues to come up. We can expect small things like more traffic congestion, more cars on the road. We can unfortunately expect a little less smaller town feel. That doesn't mean that it's not important to us, but it does mean that we're going to be cognizant of that and really hold true to some of those things that we believe are important. It's going to mean that we're more complex. It's, you know, we're not going to know every resident by name. When I started here in '99, we had folks in the water department that knew where every valve was. We don't have that anymore. Maybe Jay does. I don't know if Jay's here, but maybe Jay does. But he might be the only one. And so I think that, you know, there is, you know, we are changing. We're becoming more complex. We have more policies and more processes involved. You know, we like to think nostalgically about the good old days, and they were good. There's nothing about it. There's no doubt about that. But there is the new good days too that we're creating today. And so, you know, the population has the opportunity for expanded services. We get bigger so we can have more efficiency, more opportunities for efficiencies and more economies of scale. We can, you know, we raise more money. We can offset more inflationary increases with those additional tax dollars that come in. We can take some of those additional tax dollars and put it away for the future to say, hey, we're thinking for what we want to do in the future. But those are some of the things. It's a balancing act. It really is. And we need to approach it in that way because it's going to be here sooner than we think. You know, in my career here, I've been associated with the town for about 30 years now. I've been here since '99. And so I've seen a drastic degree of change. And some of it is you know, I also pine nostalgically for the days that I knew every employee's name, but I don't anymore. And that's difficult for me personally to understand and accept, but that's just the reality of us being a larger organization with a larger population, with a more diverse population that's only going to get more diverse as time goes on. We may not like it, and there are some within the community that don't like it, and we've heard from some of them, but it's coming. Regardless of whether we like it or not, it's coming, and the changes are coming. One of the other side is what we see to our organization, and we take a look at where staffing levels may end up. And I know that's a very sensitive topic sometimes, and people within the community will have all sorts of ideas as to what municipal staff actually do. But the reality is, if we just look at a strict population base, our organization is going to grow. And if you take a look at that orange line that you see there is just the mid-rate expectation of population growth. And this is what we expect. Now, if we don't grow as fast as we do, population-wise, we're not likely going to grow as fast as we do on the employee side. That's just the reality. If we go faster than we expect, you can expect that we're going to need more employees to do more work. That's just the reality of that. And we need to be ready for the changes, because otherwise we are going to be faced with the, it used to be like this, why isn't it like that anymore? We need to be ready for the changes. We also need to be ready about how we're going to operate. I can tell you right now is how we operate today in 2023 is a lot different than how we operated in 1999. And for certain, it's going to be a lot different than how we operated in 2040. There's no doubt about that. Every day we change our operations, we update our operations, we look for efficiencies, we look for a better way of doing that. And we look for cooperation from all of our partners as we go through that. And so that's part of that getting ready for change and how we do it. It is a bit scary, to be honest. It's also very exciting because there are many communities across Ontario that would love to see that growth line like we have it. There are many municipalities, but they don't. They're dealing with more stagnant growth as it goes through. So, you know, this is something that we've always shown to council in terms of where the focus needs to be. And certainly we've added one element to that over the last year or two, in that we need to start to think about not think so much about the 100 people and think about the 35,000 people and even the 75,000 people that are going to be here and not that far away. And one of the things that, you know, I've been fortunate enough to be involved with a few strategic planning exercises with other organizations. And one of the concepts that I thought was important in the next couple of slides, and just for the record, I'm ending my section of the presentation, so you'll hear a different voice in a few minutes. But, you know, one of the concepts is, you know, somebody built this for us. And that's sometimes when we get caught up in, you know, dealing with the 5 or 10 or 20 people that seem to be screaming the loudest. You look at some of the social media sites, it's really, you know, again, a limited amount of the population that seem to be recirculating on that. And you know, we tend to start to take a look at strategically, what are we leaving for the next generation? We can do a lot of things creatively with the budget to make all sorts of changes. We can. But one of the grounding factors that we look towards is that forward thinking and saying, somebody did this for us. And somewhere along the line in the late 70s, somebody said it would be a great idea to put a sanitary sewer trunk system in the town of LaSalle and get rid of the numerous backyard systems that we had. And somebody thought that was a great idea. And we paid, I think, 25% of the cost at that time, and the government paid 75% of that cost. Those were the good old days, by the way. And somebody thought that was a great idea. For us, remember, that was $10 million. Like that was a $40 million project back in 1980. And for the town of LaSalle, with a population of probably 10 or 12,000 people back then, that was $10 million, which in today's dollars would probably be $100 million. But the decision was, we're going to do this. Why? Because it's good for the future. It's going to be good for our children and grandchildren. And that's some of the things that you see in this budget. We can do lots of permutations on the budget, but it's based on this premise of what are we doing for the future? We have to recognize that we have to be responsible today. There's no doubt about that. I'm not discounting that part of it. But I think we have to balance that with what are we doing for the future? What are we going to leave our grandkids and our children and our grandchildren as we go forward? And so that's part of that whole looking at 75,000 people. Where are we looking at going forward? And it's really a tug of war. It really is a tug of war about how we view things. And we have really, so you see on this side, on the left side of the screen, you see the transactional side, and on the right side of the screen, you see the stewardship. And it really is a push-pull, tug-of-war type situation. And that relationship will exist. From a transactional approach, we can certainly look for the best rate, the best value, what's good today. And I will tell you that, the two gentlemen to the left of me, along with their teams, we can easily get this budget to a minus 10% if we wanted to. It just means sacrificing all of our principles on what we've looked through on stewardship. That's not, again, it is easy to do. It's just a matter of how much do you want to sacrifice while we do that. In terms of that stewardship function, to say, what are we here for? Are we here, again, and as we've learned and gotten more accustomed to learning from our Indigenous partners, they don't look at the lands as theirs. They look at the lands as steward. They are stewards of the land. There's not an ownership interest per se in that. They want to transfer it to the next generation. And that's, again, it's an interesting approach and a concept. We use a different terminology with it, but certainly with the town of LaSalle, we've adopted that forward-linking approach to thinking, what are we leaving for the next generation? How are we getting ready for the next generation? And it is that stewardship role. And certainly, there is lots of opportunities that we have with that. And this budget that you see certainly can, again, depending on where council wants to go, certainly we give you our best recommendations, but ultimately council is the ultimate decision maker when it comes to that. And so I think from that perspective, there will always be that tug of war between that transactional relationship and that stewardship role that we might have. And again, this is coming from, excuse me, this is coming from some other strategic planning exercises I've been a part of. And, again, I've paraphrased some of the verbiage here to apply to a municipal context, to the municipal sector. And when you start to take a look at what kind of municipality do we want to be, we can be the stable municipality on the left in the red box. We can have a stable population. We can have limited services and amenities. Some municipalities in this segment tend to have a little bit more poor condition of assets because there generally is a significant deferral of capital asset spending. There is no plan. The plan is to wait till it crumbles and then cry for help. They don't have reserves and proper planning. And the governance is based on that more operational, less strategic model, that more transactional, less stewardship model. And then you have the one in the middle, which is the evolving municipality, and where you see some growth, limited, maybe slow growing, in both the population and the business community. You see basic levels of service, in some areas even above average levels of services and amenities. You see some levels of capital spending, some levels of deferral of capital spending, probably some significantly limited levels of new spending in terms of what they want to provide for amenities and investments. So they're kind of trying to keep up with what they have, maybe not doing exactly what they want, but trying to keep up with what they have, but not thinking about anything new. They have some reserves and some capital planning in terms of more replacement side than actual future planning. And the governance kind of fluctuates between, operational and strategic. And those are those municipalities. And so we have the last one in the blue, and dynamic. This will be the second and last time I'll use that term, dynamic side. And there is another one, the other term was kind of embracing change, but I like dynamic because it was my way to squeeze it in. But certainly these are high in growth, mid and high growth communities that are desirable, and they're viewed as the place to be. They have a full array of services that will attract various populations, various demographics, and certainly businesses to come as well. They do a fair bit on capital planning and future investments. And they have significant reserves and capital flexibility built into their plans. And they very much view their role as a strategic role as opposed to an operational one, that role of stewardship versus that role of transactional. And so a lot of times, again, when I look at these, I look at these and each one has its benefits, each one has its challenges. And no one is better than another, quite frankly. You can be very happy living in any one of those boxes. We tend to fit somewhere between the green and the blue. Sometimes we're in the green, sometimes we're in the blue, but we want to be more in the blue. That's been our traditional approach. But a lot of times it really doesn't matter. And again, this is one where we really need to look in the mirror. And I think many of the members of administration are tired of hearing me say that. But sometimes we just got to look in the mirror and say, what do we want? What do we want to be? Do we want to be the red? Do we want to be the green? Do we want to be the blue? All are good. All have challenges. But where do we want to sit? And again, it becomes a question of defining what, in this case, the budget is. Is the budget a rate-based budget, which is more in that red category, or it is a value-based budget, which is more in the blue category? And I say that with full understanding and appreciation that there is a fiscal responsibility that we need to be cognizant of. I will tell you that the number that's before council was a lot higher before it got to council. But we don't advertise saying, wow, departments came in at 11% and we cut it down to 6%. That's not what we do. Probably what we should do is we want to do some of that recognition and back patting, but we don't do that. We don't say, well, this is the increase plus this, this, and this. We say, this is it. And so from our approach, that's the approach that we take. But certainly we're trying to recognize and be cognizant of that fiscal responsibility that we own, that we have a responsibility for, but we also have that stewardship function that we'd like to look for. So it really becomes a question of, do you want to have the best rate or the most value? And that's really where it comes down to. And they generally don't live in the same areas. It's not a Venn diagram where you can find the middle part of the two circles that match. It is one or the other in that sense. So those are some of the things that, it really becomes a question of what do we want to be. So how do we do it? The good news is, this is my last slide. No, the good news is that we have a track record of doing this. The good news is that if we stay true to what we have been doing, to that sense of historical greatness, if we pay homage to that side and say, what is it that we want to leave for the next generation? How can we be the most fiscally responsible today? Certainly, that's some of the approach that we've taken. It goes back to those simple 4 things. How do we do this? We set goals, we set a path for success, we set processes and projections, and we plan for the future. That's how we do it. And so we have a track record. We're not reinventing the wheel in that way. It has its set of challenges in 2023 and 2024 that are different than those of 2000 and those that are different than 1970. And so those are some of the challenges that we will have. So from that perspective. So with that, I'm certainly open for questions from members of council, should they have any. I know members of council just want to move the budget as presented, but there's a lot of people in the room that want to talk too, so maybe we should let them do that as well as part of the presentation today. So any questions, certainly I'd be happy to answer those. Otherwise, I will turn it over to Mr. Langlois and Mr. Ferraro for the next segment of the corporate overview.
Thank you very much, council members. Councilor Burns.
Sorry I'm late. I had a dentist appointment, and obviously I told him I was going to be at the budget, so he dug a little deeper. But in all seriousness, sorry to all of you.
Also, just so you're aware, we don't have a scheduled break time this morning, so if you need to take a break, feel free to go ahead. Otherwise, we won't be breaking until lunch. Was there someone else? No, that's it. All right. I will turn it back over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to just get started. So we have a couple slides here to begin with. They kind of outline some of the services that we provide. So, the first slide here is really, the interactive and recreational type services, which is a big part. And, these are the type of services that the residents really see. The Strawberry Fest, the Breakfast with Santa, and the mayor, sorry, apologize. Our LaSalle Police Services going out into the community. Our last call before fall, our parks, our splash pads, our event center, our Volmer Center, our lights. Those are the flashy things that really get the attention of the residents. And I call these, for the most part, the wants. They are not necessities to live, but they're wants, and they're a big part of our community and a big important part of our community and our budget. And that's one of the main reasons why residents choose to move here. Now, on the next slide, these are more of the behind the scenes and, infrastructure type services that are extremely important. They don't get as much praise as they should probably. They're not flashy, but they're necessities to live, Storm sewers, so our properties and basements don't flood. Water, so we can drink it. The snow plows keep our streets safe for residents. The pipes in the ground. Then there is our trails that you walk on, but there's the maintenance and rehabilitation and whatnot. Same with our parks. So those are kind of behind the scenes, very important. And our policing and fire services, how can I forget those, that keep all of our residents safe. These are more the needs type services that we provide. And then there's a third type, and I really don't have a slide because there's really no pictures to show, but just as important that people really don't see or realize is the behind the scenes, some of the departments that we have within the municipality. I have some here to name a few, and hopefully I didn't miss any, but our legal department, our planning and building, our council services department, our human resources department, our communications department, and our finance and IT departments. Those are behind the scenes, just as important as everything else. Without them, we can't run a municipality. But there's really no pictures. I could put a picture of a server on there, but that's not flashy and people don't recognize that. But, just as important as all the other departments, divisions, and services that we provide, these are the support services, they, behind the scenes, human resources. We have a lot of employee and staff here, and without human resources, we couldn't run. We wouldn't be able to hire anyone. I could go on, but it's important to mention as well. So next, just getting into, the agenda. We're going to start with our high-level budget overview. Go through some census information that came out a couple years ago. It's important to touch on that. Our assessment, our operating budget overview. Budget factors and challenges that we face. A lot of this will be repetitive, but it's very important to mention. Regional comparators, our tax, water, and wastewater summaries. And we'll get into our capital budget, our overview, replacement, and annual allocations. And then we'll probably around there take a break for lunch. If we finish a little faster than expected, we can get started with some of the departmental budgets. We'll go through the operating budgets and the capital budget and enhancements, and then at the end of the day, we'll summarize everything and conclude. So just getting started with a couple slides that we took. Last year we went really deep into our census information because it was new, but we have a couple slides here that are important. So this first slide here kind of shows the demographics of our population by age. Every year there's a census that comes out, and as you can see, there's some drastic changes in the age of our population, what makes up the pie. It's no different than everywhere else in Ontario and Canada. The population's aging, but ours is aging significantly faster. Our piece of that pie is growing at a faster rate than other areas in Ontario and Canada. So if we look, the 55 plus is, in 1996, it was 15% of our population, now it's 34. Every 5 years, that's continually significantly growing at an accelerated rate, while I call it the working age, 25 to 54, that's shrinking, as well as our youth, 0 to 24, that's shrinking. Now, what does this mean? I could throw that up there, but what does it actually mean for us? So what it means for us, our population is growing as well. So what that means to us is that existing residents that are aging are choosing to stay and continue to live in the town of LaSalle because it is a great place to live with the services we provide. And we provide services to all ages. There's a lot for seniors to do in the town of LaSalle. And then also what it shows, because we do have a growing population, that retirees are moving to the town of LaSalle. you know, it's evidence. You talk to people. A lot of people are retiring from Toronto, selling their house for a significant amount of money, taking that, buying probably a bigger house here for less than half the cost, and taking the difference, enjoying their retirement. So, you know, although the value of our houses have increased significantly, we still are one of the lowest, the lowest cost to buy a house in the province and in Canada, for that matter. So, you know, so there are some wealthy seniors that are moving here, but then, you know, some of the seniors that have lived here for decades, since they were young, you know, a lot are also on a fixed income now that they're retired. So we gotta find that balance. You know, we want something for everyone, but we do, in talking about being fiscally responsible, we have to find that balance for the existing residents who've lived here all their lives and want to continue to live here and are on a fixed income. You know, so that's our change in demographics. So next, just looking at the 2020 median family income. You know, LaSalle is significantly higher in all categories: couples with children, couples with family, and lone parents. In every category, we are significantly higher average median family income. So, you know, when we look at our budget and the town, we can't look at everyone individually. We have to look at the average of everyone, right? And that's what this does. So, you know, there are some families that are below the average, but the majority are above the average. And, you know, what does that tell us? And speaking in generality, people who earn more spend more and demand more services. That's not everyone, but and as you can tell in the town of LaSalle here, we do provide significantly more services than other municipalities of comparable size. If you look at what we have around town, the Volmer, working on the waterfront and whatnot, and just our everyday services as well are top notch. So moving forward, looking at our dwelling structure type. Now this one's also off the charts. You know, the single family dwelling units are by far higher than other municipalities. You know, when you drive around, there's a lot of houses in the town of LaSalle. You go to other municipalities, there's a lot more condos and apartments. Now, this is actually growing, as you can see, the number of condos being built around town. And this, we can also link this, you know, we can link this to a couple different items. We can link it to the holiday on the development charges that we offered for a number of years as incentives, because we want more condos. We want more in the town of LaSalle. And then also, you know, with the seniors moving here, this is, a lot of seniors choose to live in condos. So that's kind of, that number is going to start to grow. We're going to see that continuing to grow year over year. And then, you know, just a history of the dwelling structure type. As you can see, it's continuing to grow year over year. Every census that comes out every 5 years, you know, in 1996, 4% was not single family units. Now it's 16%. So it continues to grow year over year, which is important. I'm going to pass it over to Tano now just to talk about our assessment value, market value.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. Before I touch on the assessed value in comparison to the market value, one of the earlier slides that Mr. Langlaw mentioned was the median income. And there's another reason why that's important to present today is that median income is a big factor when it comes to allocation-based grants from the province and the federal government. And given the higher than average median income in town of LaSalle, that negatively affects us when it comes to allocation-based grants. So we'll hear more about that later in the presentation, but that's another reason why it's important to note that for the town. With speaking about assessed value and market value, there has been and there still is a very great divide between what's assessed value versus what market value is. Reassessment has been paused since 2020. I think everyone's well aware of that, but it's important to mention it over and over again. Those values for assessed values for our homes were based on January 1st, 2016. And also important to note that any new construction that takes place in the town, whether it was this year, last year, or the year before, or any time, it is based on a value as if it was constructed on January 1st, 2016. So there's a significant disparity between the two items. The average single-family home value in the town of LaSalle with respect to assessment is $269,000, significantly lower than sales value. But it's always important to note that taxes are based on assessed value, and the average single-family home in LaSalle is valued at $269,000. I believe at the end of October of this year, the average sale price in Windsor-Essex for a home, any home, was $560,000. So that's a significant difference between a single-family home assessed at $269,000 as comparison to the average sale of any type of home in Windsor-Essex at $560,000. This graphic is meant to display the groupings of where residential assessment values are located in the town of LaSalle. So we have basically 5,000 properties that are assessed under $242,000. We have another 2,300 properties that are assessed within 10% of the median being the 269. So 2,360 properties are actually assessed in the town between 242 and 295. Another 3,500 properties are assessed below the average sale price that I mentioned just earlier. So basically, we have about 60% below 295, and then another 3,500 that are below the average sale price. So the vast majority of our homes in this town actually are assessed below the average sale price across Windsor-Essex. Interesting to note that only 118 properties are actually assessed over $1 million in the town of LaSalle, whereas if you looked at the sales market right now, there's considerably more than that assessed at that value, selling at that value. And where are those properties located in the town of LaSalle? And where are they? Some individuals that are open house where we don't know where those properties are, they don't exist, but they do exist, and that was the purpose of the last slide. And here's a map of the urban area of our town. The properties in red are assessed within 10% of the median, so between 240 and 295. The light blue are assessed under the 240. So you can see some of that, we used urban boundary because some of those properties are vacant land, so that is kind of skewing that a little bit. That's why we used urban boundary. But you can see it's all over the town of LaSalle where they have properties that are within 10% of the median. Another topic that comes up frequently with respect to reassessment when it does come from the province is if my assessment doubles or my property taxes double, and that is not the case. Property tax is a function of rate times assessed value. Therefore, should properties increase, so if every property in the town doubled in value, then in theory, the tax rate could be cut in half and the property tax would be the exact same. So it's important to note that assessment alone or an increase in your assessment alone does not mean you'll be paying an increased property tax. This brings us to a summary of the proposed operating budget. The proposed operating budget goes from the 2023 value of $42.8 million to $46.4 million. That's an increase of $3.5 million, of which $700,000 is attributed to growth, and then the other $2.8 million is part of the municipal taxation increase. The rate would move from 1.0496 to 1.1215. The average house for municipal taxes, the average single-family home assessed at $269 would go from $2,823 to $3,016.84 for the year. That's an increase of $193.42, or on a monthly basis, an additional $16.11 a month. And what makes up the expenses in our budget? This is a pie graph based on service or category, the largest here being the transfers to reserves. So basically, this goes to fund our capital budgets this year, next year, and in the upcoming years. Anything transferred from here goes to capital, and it'll be used to fund our capital projects. Basically, some of the reserves that I'd like to mention are the tax stabilization reserve, the facility reserves, accessibility reserves, all the transfers from two reserves are contained within that. In addition to that, we put money into our roads reserve and our asset replacement reserve. The other large components of the budget are police services, fire services, and you can see debt payments, garbage collection and disposal, and fleet facilities. So those 7 items account for about 77% of our entire expenditures. This next pie chart is based, our expenditures based on function. As you can see, wages and benefits make up almost half of the expenditures at just under $29 million. Transfers to own funds, similar to basically capital transfers, and then program services. So our program services make up about 12%, and that includes tree trimming, roadside maintenance, salt for winter control, payments to the Conservation Authority, maintenance of our parks and fields, and things of that nature.
All right, so before we get into our, our growth-related slides and our factors and challenges of the budget, I just kind of wanted to summarize the main changes of our budget, just so you can kind of put those into perspective as we outline our challenges in the next couple slides. So, inflationary and contractual, these changes here are the changes that are very difficult to change. Like, some of them you can't change, and some of them, you can change, but you're going to have significant service level changes if we reduce them. So the first is wages and benefits, and as you can see from the previous slide, that makes up nearly half our budget, so it makes sense that this would be the largest change. Next is our garbage collection and disposal. Our contract was negotiated, or not negotiated. We received a price a couple years ago. It doubled in price, and we're phasing that in over 3 years. This is our second year of the 3-year phase-in. Next is our inflation on existing capital contributions, $300,000. Realistically, this number isn't high enough. With the non-construction price index last year, it was over 15% increase. This year, it's almost 7% on top of that. I think we budgeted for a 2% increase. Otherwise, our proposed rate increase would be well over 10%. Public works and facilities maintenance. We've been going over those budgets for a number of years. When you go over 1 year, we can keep it the same, but if you consistently go over, the Vollmer Center's over 15 years old now, so there is some significant repairs that have been happening year over year there. So we've increased those budgets. Our insurance went up 9.5% this year. This is actually well below the rate it's went up the past couple of years, for $75,000. Our public works, roads and parks, maintenance, we did have some significant rainfall events this past summer, a lot of downed trees. So there was a significant increase in the price of tree trimming and road maintenance and whatnot, significantly higher than this, but we know that we're going to phase this in over a couple of years instead of taking the hit all at once. I think we spent over $300,000 on tree maintenance and removal this year because of the storms. Transit, the price of fuel has went up drastically, so that's the main reason for that $50,000 increase. Cybersecurity, we are a very secure municipality, but as that becomes a hot topic, which it has been, it will continue to be, we want to continue to make sure that we have the best security that we can have. So we're going to continue to, get top-notch protection. And then last is just other inflationary increases. These are, in total, the smaller amounts, $1,000 here, a couple $1,000 there. There's a big list of those, but overall, in total, they make up about $100,000. So next is the recommended enhancements side. So first, we'll just go through the list. Our LaSalle Landing Master Plan buildup. A number of years ago when we started building up, council approved an annual 1% tax rate increase to allocate towards this. So we're continuing to increase annually for that. Our labor master plan, throughout our budget presentation, this is new this year, planning for the future and growth, and also playing some catch up as well. this is very important. It will identify some different positions throughout the budget presentation that we're planning on hiring for 2024. Our fire master plan buildup, this is a continued buildup year over year as we continue to build our substations and move towards a full-time force, and increase our full-time force. Our facilities expansion master plan buildup, this is a new item that we're going to start putting some funding away for. This is purely growth related, as we've already had this building here, we've already made some changes. Some of the workstations downstairs, we've finagled and added a couple, as well as upstairs. So with the office creation and whatnot, as we continue to hire and grow and we need more staff, we will need places to put these staff. And whether we renovate or add on, we're starting to build up that funding for that when it comes. Next, this is legislated, our organics collection buildup. So we know that a couple years ago it was announced that in 2025 it's mandatory. So we're going to have curbside collection that was voted on and approved throughout the entire county and the city of Windsor. And the cost for LaSalle is going to estimated be between $500,000 and $600,000. So this is legislated. We can't control this, so we're starting to build up. This is phase 2, so we'll have $200,000 build up. So next year, when it's rolled out, we're going to take a hit. We're going to have about $300,000-$400,000 potentially that we're going to have to increase that budget by once we realize the final actual costs. Our strategic plan buildup year over year, this funds various different initiatives, communications initiatives, signage, and whatnot. So we're continuing to build up for that. Also transit studies and everything. Increase in IT transfer to capital, as IT evolves, it's not going anywhere. It's only going to continue to evolve. We had some very significant purchases in 2023. We replaced some major servers, which cost about $600,000. In 2024, we have to replace a lot of switches. So there's some big costs coming up, and will continue into the future, especially as we roll out new softwares and whatnot, and we take over the IT function of police. Council grants initiative, this is a smaller amount, just for, if council chooses to, provide some funding for some different initiatives or some grants or whatnot. And then technical planning consulting services with some of the services that are no longer provided by Essex Region Conservation Authority, we're required. So this is phase 1. We're going to see what the actual costs are, and this cost might go up in future years. So we're going to dig a little deeper on those throughout the budget presentation. Next, the LaSalle Police Service. Just the general wages and benefits increases, a couple of additional constable positions which are necessary as we continue to grow and catch up for that matter, and then just other smaller inflationary changes. Okay, and then last, our long-term capital. So our increase a number of years ago, I think it was 2016 where we first released our asset management plan. Council committed to putting 2% a year away to catch up. There's a funding gap. Every municipality in Ontario, Canada, probably the world for that matter, is not fully funded. There is a funding gap. In the past, in decades, a lot of the growth had gone to the bottom line, where some of it should have been put towards replacing capital of the day that eventually needed to be replaced 30, 40 years from that point in time. So there is a catch-up component that we're working on. We got a good plan for. We've made some good strides, but with inflation going the way it is, that gap, it's getting harder to reduce that funding gap. So we're continuing to put funding away, and then Mr. Ferraro speaking about our funding allocation. So it was interesting. 2 years ago, we got $1 million increase in OCIF funding, and last year we got almost a $200,000 decrease, and I just got notification a couple days ago that we're going to have a $230,000 decrease for 2024. So, that's really unfortunate bad news. It's kind of in my mind, a tease, giving us $1 million and just taking it away over time. I don't know if that timing has to do with anything, but that's what's happening. And the maximum decrease per year is 15%. We're at the maximum. So I'd predict that we're going to have significant decreases year over year with that formula-based funding as well, which I'll touch on in some later slides. So, you know, talking about growth, it's always, when I talk to residents, always, you know, we have so much construction going on around here. Why are our taxes going up? You know, that's exactly why we're playing catch up with our funding gap for infrastructure, because decades and decades ago, I'm not saying it recently, maybe in the 70s, 80s, when things, or 60s, 70s, let's say, when things were booming, taxes were low, they stayed low, the infrastructure was new. And this is consistent not just in LaSalle, everywhere. No money was put away to replace those new assets that were built at that point in time. So now we're playing catch up, and we're also putting away to replace the stuff that's being built now and plan for the future, the growth. Growth does pay for growth. So, you know, all this assessment that we're getting from these new subdivisions and houses that are coming up around town, you know, those extra roads need to be plowed. Their garbage needs to be collected. You know, they have new parks that are going to need to be maintained. They're eventually going to use, not eventually, they're going to use our Vollmer complex and our waterfront. So, you know, eventually, if we do double in size, we're going to need to add rinks and whatnot onto our Vollmer Center. So all that tax money is used to fund the increased services that we, not increased service levels, the additional services, number of houses that need to be serviced, as well as the replacement of their infrastructure. In 40 years from now, when those roads do need to be replaced, we're going to put that money away and make sure that we have enough to replace it. So growth does pay for growth. It can't just go to the bottom line. Here's just a simple visual example. I think I put this up the past couple years, but this is by Seven Lakes a couple years ago before any of that development occurred. This is from our GIS system, and this is what it looks like today. So as I said, those roads, that's a lot of houses there. And this is just one small area of the town, but the garbage needs to be collected. Those roads need to be plowed. We're going to have to replace those roads. The storm sewers underneath the ground, those need to be replaced as well. It's not inexpensive. So the tax dollars that we get from those houses will be ultimately used to service those houses into the future. And that, you know, there's some of the indirect costs as well. Police, fire, Vollmer recreation. You know, we might not instantly need to hire a new firefighter just to service that area, but it comes in blocks. I always say, if we double in size overnight, we're going to need double the force. It doesn't happen all at once. It's more of a step instead of a straight line, like garbage collection and salting. And you can see there's a park there as well near the top, so that'll need to be serviced as well. I'll turn it back over to Tano to talk about our debt.
Before we speak about debt, I would like to mention, as discussed earlier, our financial position is very strong. We have the highest capital reserves in the region. So we do have a significant amount of reserves, but sometimes we like to focus on what our debt is and what our payments are. So just a few comments on that. Certainly, long-term debt's issued to match the cost and the service of an asset. So assets last us quite a bit of time, so we're issuing debt to match that use. We have, at this time, 5 different debt issues that are illustrated on the screen. All of them come with very low interest rates, in my opinion. In particular, the last 2 debt issued were at, I guess, historically low interest rates. The Waterfront and Waterfront Phase 2 at 2.74% and 3.13%. So it's also important to mention that when a municipality such as Town of LaSalle locks in debt, we lock it in for the full term of the debt. It's not similar to a personal mortgage where you renegotiate every 5 years. It's that rate is locked in for the full 10 or 20, in this case, is 20-year debts. So we'll be paying that low rate for the entire portion. In comparison to what we're seeing right now and what, quite frankly, we're making on our reserves, we're making significantly more than that on our reserves. And it's also important to note that the Vollmer is on here, the Vollmer Recreation Center, and that debt is expected to be paid off in full in 2028.
I just want to add something about debt as well. You know, I hear it time and time again that debt is bad. You know, other municipalities, they celebrate having zero debt. Residents say, you know, you got to pay the debt off first, or don't issue debt, it's not good. but here's a simple example of why it is good. We only use debt, as you can see here, for new service level enhancements. We don't really use it to replace existing services that residents have enjoyed. A simple example is, okay, let's use the Vollmer Center. If we saved up money for 10 years, over the 1990s and early 2000s, we saved up $30 million from taxpayers paid into that. They paid to save up that money, and we used all that money to build the Vollmer Center. And then the year that we built it, they moved out of town. So they paid all that money for something they couldn't even enjoy. When you think about it from a debt perspective, we issue debt when we build it, and we're making those debt payments, and everyone who lives in town who's enjoying those new services and facilities is paying for it, instead of people who've lived here in the past. So that's a perfect example of why debt for new service levels, it isn't a bad thing. You know, instead of using people's money who've paid into taxes who might not be able to use it, you know, maybe they've reached the end of their life or go into a senior's home or move to Calgary or somewhere where they paid all these taxes for this new service that they can't use, versus debt, you pay for it once it's built, and from then on, the people who are using it are the ones actually paying for it. So that's a simple example of why debt isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Okay, moving on from debt to revenue sources. The graph here is intended to illustrate the revenue sources and the changes year over year. So basically, this goes back 14 years now from 2010. The light blue is the levy increase or decrease on existing properties, so assessment increase. The dark blue is the increase from assessment growth, and the red is increase from a tax rate increase. As mentioned earlier, there has been no assessment change in the last 4 years. As you can see, that has led to more red on the graph than previously. The blue has been stable, the dark blue, sorry, for the last 4 years. The growth has been somewhat stable. We are experiencing now a little delay between when we see buildings being put up and completed until they hit the assessment roll. That is because MPAC does not assess the properties until they have actually been occupied. So a little delay in that, and we're hoping to see that increase in the next couple of years, and we anticipate it growing next year. So I think it's important that we recognize that without the assessment growth there has been more red, whereas in the past we had following 2 years of no tax rate increase. The last 4 years have had some.
Okay, we'll get into our budget factors and challenges now. So we're going to start with legislative changes, followed by inflationary and contractual pressures, asset management, service level enhancements, formula-based grant funding, and assessment mix. So just starting off with legislative changes, there's a picture of two up here. There's a lot of legislative changes that happen. Some have a larger financial impact and some have lesser financial impact, but these two here are having a very significant financial impact, and there's really nothing that we can do to offset them. So first, Bill 23 that was rolled out in 2022. One of the biggest factors, I know we've had some presentations to council, but the biggest expense from this is with our development charges. The first year in 2025, we're going to revamp our development charge study, and the first year there's a 20% discount. The next year, 15% discount, following year, 10%, and then 5%. So to make up the difference, where does it come from? It comes from existing taxpayers. So it's preventing growth from paying for growth. It's existing taxpayers are paying for growth. So that is completely out of our control. You know, the provincial government's trying to get more houses built, and this is one of the strategies that they have. And, you know, there's nothing we can really do about it. Second, we've already mentioned the organics curbside collection. You know, it's a great thing. It's good for the environment. But it does come at a hefty price. And, you know, there's really no control. It's happening, and we have to build up our funding for that. And it's going to cost at least $500,000 a year. So between the two, that's probably costing us $1 million a year. And, you know, that's about a 2.5% tax rate increase rate there. Hasn't even occurred yet. Our development charge study will be a couple years away, and the same with organics collection. So that wave is coming, and it's going to hit us. Then there's some other smaller ones, accessibility requirements, which is a great thing to be all-inclusive, but it does come at a cost sometimes. So there's various different initiatives. Some, like I said, some are more expensive than others, but these two here are going to hit us fairly hard.
Additional pressures are with inflation include the hot asphalt mix. This is a slide we've been showing for a number of years. In particular, as you can see, the price of illustrated in red has gone up considerably. Since 2019 alone, it's gone up 50% from $110 to $170 a ton. We use this in our construction and repair of roadways in the town. So a significant amount of our budget goes to this, and it just illustrates that the blue line shows what 2% inflation would have done over the last 13 years. So in addition to that inflation, we're actually experiencing even more cost pressures. So we're now at $170 a ton, whereas if 2% inflation would have been maintained with that price, we would have been at $60 a ton. More on inflation, which we've heard quite a bit about today and in the news the last few years, but again, on top of inflation, with respect to insurance costs alone, we have, in 2011, it was the light blue at $450,000 in insurance costs. If you would have added inflation or CPI to that number, we'd be at about $600,000. But in fact, we are actually closer to $1 million proposed for 2024 insurance costs. That included a 9.5% increase this year. So just the vast difference between not only inflation and what it's doing to cost, but over and above that, our insurance cost is rising significantly. It's more than actually doubled from what regular inflation would do to it. On top of that, Mr. Langlaw mentioned garbage collection and the recent challenge with that pricing. As you can see, we're close to $1.4 million on the cost of garbage collection, when if it had simply increased by inflation, we'd be at about $750,000. Garbage disposal has actually kind of maintained the rate of inflation, so certainly we are happy to see that. This next slide speaks more to our capital. Again, we continue to increase capital contributions for inflation within the contractual portion of the budget. And then we asked for an additional $800,000 this year to keep track and to get to that 100% funded. But only by putting in 2% increase to our annual capital contribution, you can see that we're lagging behind the CPI, the Industrial Price Index, and the non-residential CPI, or the Building Condition Index. So certainly we have seen spikes in the last 8 years of over 60% when you add the increases together when it comes to non-residential CPI. And then for Industrial Price Index, small drop this year, but when you combine all those increases over the last 8 years, it's actually gone up over 30%. These charts describe some inflationary pressures that hit not only the town, but the residents and all of us alike. The price of gasoline from CAA over the last 3 years, or 4 years, sorry. As you can see, it went from under $1 just 4 years ago to over $1.40 on average. In addition to that, on the right side, this is a basket of goods, and this is only a year-over-year price increase. Most of those prices are increasing. We did show that petroleum products are decreasing year over year, but you'll see on the next few slides that it may have decreased this year, but over the last 4 years, it has increased significantly, even with this decrease. So all of us are affected by these increases. Machinery and equipment and construction materials are two things that we use quite a bit here at the town. This slide compares our municipal tax rate increases over the last 4 years and contrast those to the prices of goods and services that we all use in our day-to-day lives. As you can see, meat, fish, and dairy has increased significantly, almost 20% in the last 4 years. Fruits and vegetables, over 25%. And this data comes from Stats Canada. And then electrical components, again, has increased almost 25%. Over the last 4 years, if you combine the tax rate increase here at the town, we're actually just under 10%. That's because we followed 2 years of 0% increases with nominal increases over the last 3 years. So certainly a display of where we are with respect to the tax rate in comparison to the goods and services that most of our residents buy, and the price increases they have experienced with those items. Again, this is another slide that compares our municipal tax rate increase with the increase in the non-residential consumer price index, the CPI index, and the industrial price index. As you can see, the tax rate over the last 5 years, as I mentioned, has gone up cumulatively under 10%, where these other costs that we face in preparing services for the town have gone up considerably more. The non-res CPI, as I mentioned, almost 40% higher in the last 5 years, and the industrial price index approximately 27% higher. So we're faced with those price increases when we're trying to complete our services and construction projects across the town, but certainly the municipal tax rate has been held significantly lower than those increases.
So next, we're just going to touch on our asset management plan. This is for our core infrastructure. It doesn't include all of our capital assets, but in the dark blue, this is our annual funding requirement, and in the red is our current funding levels for each of these different categories. So as you can see, there is a gap. It's a smaller gap for roads, bridges, and culverts. Stormwater, there's quite significant gap. We've actually, over the past number of years, that gap was a lot wider. We've been allocating more funds to that year over year. And then our water and our wastewater, those are smaller gaps. And, you know, that's really because 8 years ago, there was barely any red. And we took the approach, we started putting away, it was a $1.50 every quarter, or every month, and now we went to quarterly billing, so it's $4.50 every quarter. Every year we increased it by another $4.50 to put away strictly for capital replacement. And we've seen that gap drastically close. And, you know, we're getting close to being fully funded. So that's kind of a success story that we initiated almost a decade ago, and you can really see the results of that. You know, that $800,000 that we're dedicating a year is we're trying to close those gaps on the other infrastructure. But then, you know, if we do put in our other capital assets, our buildings, and which are all fairly new, and then our fleet, facilities, and parks, equipment, and all that, those have a much larger gap. Our focus, obviously, is for infrastructure right now. But, you know, our buildings, as they begin to age, which they haven't yet, they're all still fairly new, and they're going to last us a long time, but we are going to need to start building up reserves eventually to replace those as well. So, you know, and these also, with the OCIF funding reduction, that's not going to help our cause. That gap isn't really going to get much smaller. It might actually get bigger, especially with the inflation the past couple of years. These prices might be based on 2021 values, so these gaps are probably actually a little bit larger than this, because in 2022, it was over 15% price increase for non-residential construction, and then in this year, it's about 6.8% so far. So those gaps are probably a little bit bigger, but we're working on minimizing them and closing them. Next, just want to, again, this is very important, talk about grant funding, formula-based grant funding. You know, you can see right here, we're the lowest. Kingsville, Tecumseh, and LaSalle, by far the lowest. Essex, Leamington, Amherstburg, and Lakeshore are above the average. The OMPF funding, we get $0. We've never gotten any money for that. You can see Essex, they get over $4 million a year, and that goes right to their bottom line. So, you know, if we did receive that, that'd be a 10% tax rate decrease right off the bat to our bottom line. But we've asked, we've brought it up to the higher level, the ministers, whatnot, with no luck. The Canada Community Building Fund, that's formerly called the federal gas tax money. You know, we get next to Lakeshore the second highest. It's still, you know, pretty consistent with the others. And that's largely based on population, why we get a little bit more there. And then the OCIF funding, you know, that our block there is going to go down with the recent news that we got. So our funding level is actually going to decrease, unfortunately. So, you know, if we got the exact same amount of funding in total as Essex, we would have an 8.5% tax rate decrease, which would be on the average $269,000 house, that'd be $366 savings a year. But we don't, there's different factors that are involved. The biggest being the average household income. Our municipality does have one of the highest average household incomes in the province. And then another large component is the percentage of your land that is rural versus urban. And, you know, we do have a large rural component, but a large urban component as well. So that impacts us as well.
Dale, just a quick question.
Yep.
On the OCIF funding, you said we went down the 15%, which is the maximum.
Yep.
Did the rest of the region experience the same thing? Do you know?
Some of them did, and some of them didn't go down the full 15%. There was some correspondence going back and forth the other day. So everyone in this region did take a hit, but not 15% is the max. We took the max. So not every municipality got hit with the maximum. Now, you know, I'm going to compare grant funding to personal income tax. So if you think about it, the more money that you make individually, the higher tax bracket you go. So you pay more taxes, right? LaSalle, they look at everyone as an average, right? So there is some people that earn more, earn less, but as an average, we earn a lot more money as a municipality compared to other municipalities. So you kind of get hit double whammy. You're paying more income taxes and then you get less grants because you earn more. So if you think about it from that perspective, we're getting hit pretty hard individually as well. But that's really out of our control. We have brought it up to almost every year. We always ask, question, really don't get any good answers. So we do our best to try and prove our point to the higher levels of government. There really hasn't been too many application-based grants lately, any of the large ones. So we continue to apply for those as well. But there'll be a report later on that Mr. Ferraro will present on our application-based grants.
So next, this slide speaks to the assessment mix in the town in comparison to our regional neighbors, and residential versus non-res assessment. And why that's important is that while we are at 94% residential, and that's roughly 20% higher than the average, in some cases 30% higher than the lowest neighbor. Why that's important is that commercial and industrial taxes are based on a higher ratio. So there are, in the commercial example, 1.1 times the tax rate, and on the industrial side, it's 2 times the tax rate. So not only do we have a higher residential, so we're getting less taxes than others when it comes to commercial and industrial. The commercial and industrial users typically have to pay for their own garbage collection. They don't typically use our parks or their parks and their programming, things of that nature. So this negatively affects us in that manner, that we are not subsidized per se with respect to commercial industrial taxation base. We're now getting into the point where we start doing some regional comparison amongst our regional neighbors. And this, as you can see here, despite the fact that the town gets less grants, has less commercial and industrial property taxes base, we are still in the middle when comparing 2023 property taxation when you account for municipal, county, and education taxes. So the average house was compared across the region. We all contribute to this here in Essex County. And as you can see, we are once again in the middle of the pack when it comes to property taxation in 2023. On the affordability scale, we are actually near the lower end when it comes to affordability of property taxation. That is basically taking the median income as a percentage, taxes as a percentage of household income. For water and wastewater, this shows the proposed rates for 2024. We are proposing an increase of $1.50 per month on the capital replacement charge for water and wastewater, an additional $150 for wastewater, and a modest 2-cent increase on water consumption. What that would mean for the average annual user of 20 cubic meters is an average annual bill of $1,033.20, which is an increase of $45 per year, or $3.80 a month. This is a comparison from last year of within the county on water and wastewater charges. As you can see, once again, the town is at near the bottom of this comparison chart. With respect to water, we have the third lowest water prices in the region, and we have the second lowest wastewater charges in the region. And this is based on someone using 20 cubic meters per month, or sorry, a household using 20 cubic meters per house per month. When you combine those two items, this graph, slide, shows the 2023 taxation, water, and wastewater charges in total for the average consumer. And as you can see, once again, the town is in the middle with respect to those charges. So all municipalities use $250,000 as the value of a home, and they use 20 cubic meters per month for water usage. So despite getting lower allocation-based grants, as we discussed, and despite having lower than levels of commercial and industrial taxation, as you can see, even adding the proposed increases for 2024, we would still be in the middle of the pack, perhaps slightly. That would mean that if no other municipality raised their taxes or water charges or wastewater charges at all, if they had zero increases whatsoever, we would still be in the middle of the grouping with respect to including our additions.
All right, so just moving along, just to our high-level overview of our capital budget. These are kind of the items that make up our capital budget, the largest obviously being the significant infrastructure projects at 68%. We'll go into more details throughout the departmental presentations. Our fire services capital budget is about $2.5 million. Our roads, that's the general allocation that we put towards milling and paving, followed by fleet and water. Pedestrian safety, we allocate $575,000 a year for that. And then our parks, facilities, wastewater, information technology, we've increased that amount year over year, followed by police and dispatch, which is basically used for their vehicles, culture, recreation, and council services. So just moving on,
I'm going to have you pause for 1 second.
Yep.
We just have one question, Councillor Reno.
Sorry, just a real quick question on the last slide. Is that what we're putting away out of the proposed money this year, or is that what we're spending this year?
That's what we're planning on spending, but it could, some of these projects are multiple year projects, so all the spending won't occur in 2024. Some take a couple of years to complete.
Okay, thank you.
So there's various different allocations in our capital budget. We have our annual capital spending amount that we allocate, our annual amount for mill and pave, our annual amount that we put away for technology, our annual amount that we put away for parks replacement and whatnot. And then we do have our replacement and repair, as assets reach the end of their useful life, vehicles and equipment, we replace them. So when we go through our presentations, there's always a large list. We have a lot of assets in the town of LaSalle. Our annual capital spending amount, that's the same year over year. And then as we replace, we're not going to go into details on those as we present, because if a truck doesn't work, we're going to replace the truck. But if there is questions that council has on anything specific, absolutely feel free to ask the question. We'll answer that for you. The next, our enhancements that we're proposing, we will go into detail on the justification, why we need them, what they are. Obviously there's a picture of a Zamboni here. As we move forward with the skate trail outdoors, we're going to need a Zamboni to the surface to make sure it's nice and smooth for people to skate on. So that's a good example of what we'll use, you know, the Malden Road project and some of the other larger DMAF grant related projects that we have. We'll go into a little more detail on those. So in summary, our proposed 2024 operating budget is $46.4 million. Tom already mentioned, you know, that for the average home that's valued at $269,000, that's about $193 a year increase, or $16.11 a month. The average tax bill will be just $4,900. We have our town proposed tax rate. We're estimating our county tax rate at 6%, and we're also estimating the education levy at 0%, which it's been the past number of years. These are estimates, so this year total estimated tax bill on the average residence and estimate. And then the last slide before we get into the departments. This is a newer slide for this year, and I just want to kind of outline some of the pressures that we're experiencing, and that we're going to continue to experience, with not just pressures, some of the plans that we have that council is aware of, but if you put them all together, you can see it in one spot. So, you know, every year there's inflationary pressures. This is hard to predict. We don't know what the consumer price index and non-residential construction price index is going to be every year. So this is an ongoing, it'll never go away. There's always going to be inflationary and contractual pressures. And the driver of this is, annual cost increases. You know, if it costs, 10% more for asphalt, we're going to have to pay 10% more, or we do 10% less roads. It's a simple equation. Next on the list, our labor master plan funding. So this is new for this year, but it's very important. The driver of this is ongoing. This will never go away. This is something new, but we're creating a long-term plan, and it'll be adjusted and tweaked each year as we move forward. The years that are closer to us are more accurate. The farther we get away, it's less accurate, but we know as we grow, we're gonna need more positions. The driver of this, there's two parts. There's catch up. There's some areas where we probably should have hired these positions some time ago. And there's growth. As we continue to grow, as we mentioned, in those growth-related slides, with growth comes the need for new positions, and labor makes up half our budget. So this is pretty important that we keep up with it. Asset management plan funding. In 2016, council approved putting away 2% tax rate a year, dedicating that to closing that infrastructure gap. So, you know, we've put that in our budget. This is, at this point, about 10 years estimate to get fully funded, and then it'll just be inflationary. But if inflation keeps going at the rate it's going, this could take longer. The driver of this is catching up from decades ago, from the 70s and 60s, when there was rapid growth and nothing was put away to eventually replace those assets. And then current replacement value is putting away for the future, and growth. Growth pays for growth. You know, I forgot to mention the consequence of these. If we defer these, you know, if we reduce this, it's just going to take longer to close that gap. I'll go back. I forgot to mention, you know, with inflationary pressures, if we don't keep putting money away to keep up with the rate of inflation, like I mentioned, if the price to construct asphalt a road goes up 10%, we don't want to put money away, we do 10% less roads. And that goes with anything. That's a simple example, but, you know, with parks maintenance, our parks will just not be as nice. It's a simple equation. If the prices go up and we don't put away, the service level goes down. Labor master plan funding, if we don't create these new positions as we grow, service levels will go down. If we don't have enough staff to plow the roads or maintain the parks, the service levels will be noticed and go down. Even behind the scenes, like I noticed some of the other departments that are just as important, but you don't see them out on the streets. You know, if we don't have, hiring a bunch more people, but we don't have people in human resources to service them, you know, it's a problem. So there is a consequence of not funding these initiatives. The facilities expansion master plan, $200,000 a year. We're looking at 5 to 10 years potentially, all growth related. If the consequence of reducing that, you know, we're gonna be putting, I don't know, we're gonna be reducing the size of workspaces, putting people in hallways. I don't really know. We're gonna have to get creative there. Organics collection buildup. This is a legislative requirement. There's nothing we can do. We need to pay for it. Or we're gonna have to take money from somewhere else and reduce service level. Strategic plan buildup. This is ongoing as well. These are all related to new and enhanced service levels. You know, if we don't, and a simple example, if we don't continue to put money away and we eventually want to increase our transit system, we won't have the money to do the studies or put the money away to start reallocating funding for a new route. That's just one simple example. Our fire master plan funding. This is ongoing for 20 years as we move towards a full-time force and add the third station. This is years away. But this is related to catch-up, as we could see, you know, the time to service different areas of the municipality. We're not meeting that, so that's the catch-up component. And the growth component is the future growth in certain areas of the town. We're making sure that we're going to be able to service those in the appropriate time standards. So again, the consequence, if we don't fund this, reduced levels of service, we're not going to meet requirements, legislative requirements. And, you know, if there is an incident that happens, the federal government could, or provincial federal governments could come down and say, thou shall, and we build it immediately, and we have a massive tax rate increase at that point in time. The police master plan, we're working on that. There's some catch up there, and also growth related components. Again, if we're not meeting that standards, lower response time, potentially more crime, as there won't be enough officers to prevent that. And then the last is the LaSalle Landing Master Plan. That's a new service level. We're allocating 1% tax rate per year. That's ongoing. We're going to continue until we don't want to add anything more at the waterfront. But, you know, we've been successful thus far. And the consequence of reducing that is just it'll take longer to roll out some of those initiatives that council would like to see at the waterfront. So these are kind of the big ticket items that, you know, some are a couple years, but most of them are going to be for multiple years going forward, and they're not going anywhere. So, you know, the couple years there where we had 0% tax rate increases, we're not going to see that in the we're not even going to see 2% tax rate increases in the near future, to be realistic, unless we make some drastic changes. And we will, if we do, we will see drastic service level reductions. So we always got to keep that in the back of the mind as we move forward. You know, if there's significant growth, even with our growth, 700,000 to 1 million, even if it's 1.5 million, that's not going to reduce this enough to get down to a 0% tax rate increase. There's going to be, if we want to, we're planning for the future, and with that, and we're catching up, and we're rolling out some new service levels. So with that comes the funding required for it. So just keep that in the back of our minds as we move forward through the departmental budget presentations. All right, so with that okay, that's the end of, I call it kind of our front of file presentation. Now we're going to move on to the departmental budget presentations. I don't know if we want to take a 5-minute break or if we want to, oh, I'm sorry, there's reports to go next. My apologies.
Before we
Mr.
do,
Ferrero.
members of council, any questions or comments? None? Keep going.
Okay, the first report on the agenda is the update on application-based funding and grants. So as we've heard, actually we don't have a slide for this. I'm not sure if we want to leave this up or if we want to just take that down. You can leave it up, that's fine. So, as I mentioned, the first report on the agenda is the application-based funding and grant update. And as we've heard throughout the presentation, the town does receive less allocation-based grant funding, so we do make an effort to apply to as many grants as we can, and to try and assist with all of our new projects, ongoing projects, and new initiatives. I will say that the last year, the amount of grants available to us has decreased, and our success rate has decreased slightly. But more so, the decrease in application-based grant success is a result of the decrease of availability more so than the decrease of our success rate. So we have on this report the last 2 years of grants and how we fared, whether or not we received them or whether or not we were unsuccessful. One of the grants that's been removed from the list, because it was actually received many years ago, was a DMAF grant. And although it's not on this list, that is a grant that we'll be using for many years, as I believe the overall project cost was estimated at $37 million. So we've added a few grants that we were successful with, including the Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation Canada grant and a few other grants. And just recently, we also received another grant for the fire services, applied for another grant for the fire services. So we continue to look for any grants that we can apply to, and that's coordinated within finance, but certainly it is definitely a group effort from all of our departments on getting those grants applied for. And I'm not sure if there's any questions on that report.
Councillor Burns?
Okay, we get turned down on grants, so how high up the ladder have we gone? Have we talked to Mr. Ford? Have we talked to, just besides the local ministers, have we talked to our representative, who happens to represent us from Amherstburg? And what do we do as a council to support you in getting more grants? We don't meet with ministers, so what is our part in this, and how do we go forward to make sure that everybody knows we're at the bottom of the list? There's no reason for that. And if we have to change the ML, then maybe by lobbying the top people, it might change. I don't know. But I've heard this since 1991. So it's ongoing, and if somebody can answer that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I can take that one. We have met with the Minister of Finance, Ontario Minister of Finance, through our AMO conference, not this year, the previous years. We have met with both our MP and MPP. They've given us letters of support. When there's a large grant coming, we kind of give them the heads up, hey, we've applied for this. Can you help us out? So, and when we don't get grants, we do question why we haven't received them. And we really haven't gotten any valid answers. Every time there's a significant grant that we apply for and we get the letter, it doesn't really have much detail in it. So we do challenge that and ask consistently. But, if council, next time we're applying for some large grants, we can let council know which ones we're applying for. Like, council usually is aware, but to come to some meetings with us to meet with our MPP and MPP, we'd be happy to coordinate that.
Mr. Militia?
Thank you.
Just further to that, again, we understand the frustration, Councillor Burns, because we feel it as well. And so what I can give you a bit of a summary of what we have done in the past and the results that we, or perhaps lack thereof, that we have had. So generally speaking, with a grant program, it is administered by, there's an administrative unit within the respective ministry. So when we are in the prep before, we're generally in constant communication with them to understand what the particulars of the program are. And we begin to that sort of outreach out to our local MPs and MPPs to understand what is it the government that is looking for, so that we can tailor our application to meet what their goals are as well. And so from that perspective, we have taken the pre-work. Generally speaking, when we're not successful, we will then reach out again to the local MPs and MPPs to understand why. And we generally reach out to our local Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing officials, as well as the associated departments. On a general basis, we do get some feedback, but it's rather limited. And so what ends up happening is we hear back that the information is either in cabinet or is confidential. They're not able to release the applications that have been successful versus those that have not. And so that gives us very little guidance, quite frankly, and it's extremely frustrating from our perspective because we believe we're meeting all the targets, but obviously they're not. We're not. Certainly, I will say that in the past, we have had opportunities to speak to the Premier directly those have not yielded any different result than we have. That's not to say that we shouldn't do more of that. I think that if I'm hearing correctly from members of council, they want to be more involved, and there needs to be more effort from the municipality to connect with our senior levels of government, whether it be through our local MPPs, the ministers, or, you know, beyond that in terms of the, in Ontario, the premier, or in Canada, the prime minister. So we understand that there is more of that effort that needs to get undertaken. Again, we're trying to push every button and pull on every lever we can, but unfortunately, we haven't seen that result. But certainly, we understand council's wishes, and we'll endeavor to do more of that and somehow connect through the mayor's office with the associated senior level of government to try to push more of those buttons.
Thank you.
Councillor Ricci-Spagnuolo.
Thank you. Through you, just a question. Are we subscribed to like a Grant Connect? Like, I don't know if you've heard of Grant Foundation, or we are subscribed. Okay, thank you. Just wondering, because we are with different organizations in the community, and I know they do accept for municipalities for different grants for festivals and different work in progress for the towns and the municipalities. So I just wanted to see if we were subscribed to that. Thank you.
Do you want a motion now for this part to receive? Okay. So give it 1 second here, pull that back up. So on item number 1, there is a recommendation to receive. Councillor Desjardins, Councillor and Deputy Mayor Capata, all in favor? And that carries. And we can move on to item 2, Town of LaSalle 2024 schedule of fees.
This report is in relation to the 2024 proposed schedule of fees. Typically, each year, the municipality brings forward a bylaw with the schedule of fees. This is the first year that we have added a summarized report for council. And the town does receive funding and revenues from multiple sources, and that includes the schedule of fees and departmental revenues. They are reviewed annually. The schedule of fees are reviewed annually, and it's intended to review increased costs that we were experiencing, as well as our market conditions and how we relate to our market comparators. So there are a number of proposed changes, and they are summarized within the report. And the report asks that council endorses these changes and that we bring forward a bylaw in the future regular meeting of council. Some of the changes include, from within finance, 3 new fees. Some of these fees relate to ownership fees and a new role creation fee. We would be the 4th municipality in the region that actually has this fee if it's approved, and we would be on the lower end of that fee schedule in comparison to our neighbors. If we were to add the 3rd new fee, which is an expedited tax certificate fee, we would be the last municipality in the region to add it, and our fee would be comparison to other fees across the region. A minor increase with respect to 1 fee in council services, a fee increase consistent with the consumer price index in building for all fees, which is standard for many years. And then a number of changes within culture and recreation, which are outlined. I think the important thing to note here is that user groups have been notified in advance of this, so they can plan accordingly. Yeah, I think the highlight is the 3% increase in proposed increases for town-led aquatic activities, although there are some others. In Public Works, we've already spoken about the water and wastewater increases during the budget presentation. A nominal fee increase with respect to smoke and carbon monoxide alarm installations for fire, and then a new fee with respect to planning and development called the reinspection fee. Certainly, the schedule fee is completed by finance, but certainly with a lot of consultation and certainly a lot of work from each operating department. So I'm available for questions, and certainly members of administration are here to answer any questions as well.
Members of council, any questions? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I've looked at the schedule of fees. I find them to be reasonable. I just want to make sure that I understand that we do a cost recovery basis for these fees, or a plan along those lines.
I would say it's a plan along those lines. Certainly, we don't not cover 100% cost recovery for certain items.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Any other questions or comments? There being none, there's a recommendation that we receive the application-based funding and grant, nope, that's not the right one. Where is the recommendation for this one? That the report of manager finance deputy treasurer dated November 10th, 2023 regarding the town of LaSalle 2024 schedule of fees be received for information, and that council endorses the new fee schedule and directs administration to bring forward the fees and charges bylaw at a future regular meeting for council adoption. Councillor Reno, support Councillor Burns, all in favor? That carries. Okay. So we have no delegations. What time's lunch scheduled for? If everyone's okay, we'll move right into the department budgets review, and then we'll probably break for lunch in about 30 to 40 minutes. If that's okay with everyone, we can continue moving on. All right.
Thank you. We're going to start with the mayor's and council's budget. We put that on the screen, please? There we go. Okay, so minor increases here. Yep. Inflationary, $15,000, $15,100, various small inflationary related changes. The one recommended enhancement is for council initiatives. And that is basically for various initiatives by council for items such as grants or scholarships or funding various initiatives with no definitive items, but as they come up, if council wishes to fund some different items around town, there's a small amount that we've allocated for that that's new in this year's budget. Okay, next I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Militia.
Thank you. Just on the council initiatives, the amount of the $10,000 that's there, one of the reasons we've put that in there, I think that's a carry forward from the prior years that was reduced at, I think, the 2022 and 2023 budget sessions, is to allow council a small pot of money for things, and in particular, there are events that are fee related, that are in relation to the offices that you hold. And so some of that is to offset those costs. And we haven't developed a policy around how that would be used and what that'd be applicable for. But if we've got some funding available, that would allow members of council to attend a function that has a cost associated with that in the capacity of being a member of council. So that's where that amount is coming from. So seeing that, maybe we can move into the Chief Administrative Officers section. Again, from a financial perspective, this gets rolled up into Finance and Administration, but there are some goals and objectives that are identified as part of the budget document, as well as the presentation that you see here before you. Certainly for 2023, we had a very busy year with respect to a number of the projects that we have undertaken. Again, our role in the CAO's office, both Mr. Maher and I, is a combined role of looking at basically a lot of project management, a lot of goal management in terms of where we are across the operating areas, a lot of conversation and discussion with the senior leadership team to ensure that those things are evolving in the proper way. We're also there to help manage the process and pivot when necessary as part of that. So again, what we tend to do, certainly on the larger side, that is that kind of management of the municipality. That's the role that the CAO's office functions as. Certainly, there's been a few key items that we have undertaken in 2023, that being the staff engagement side of things and involvement in that, what we call that whole talent management aspect. We've done that late in the year and continue to roll that out and are anticipating having meetings scheduled in January and moving forward with that. Certainly looking at the the asset management plan in terms of where we sit with that, but probably even more importantly, looking at each individual department on a rolling basis to take a look at what the service delivery model is in those areas and where efficiencies can be gained and where expansion is necessary, and in some areas where contractions or changes are necessary. One area in particular where we've made some function in that area is the development of the Human Resource Master Plan. That's in conjunction with the HR department and the senior leadership team in terms of understanding where the labor pressures are across the organization and developing a plan over a long term to address those, both from an immediate nature as well as a long-term nature. Certainly, we've gotten some development-related projects, certainly within the Howard Bouffard drainage, the secondary plan, and the waterfront plan. Those, again, are quarterbacked individually by the associated area. Mr. Mara certainly has an active perspective with respect to some of the construction that's happening down at the waterfront, and we're getting out of that planning phase and into the implementation phases, which will be taken over by folks within the Public Works area. So certainly those are some areas for 2023. 2024, again, in our area in particular, the goals tend to stretch over years. And so we continue to look at the employee engagement and looking at that talent management structure into 2024. Certainly, again, as identified just earlier here with our last question, but there is certainly an effort that's going to be made in terms of engaging more with senior government officials and being more present in that arena. Certainly that will be a focus as we go forward. I really wish I hadn't printed this off in the microscopic printing that I normally like to do, but certainly as I squint to see the goals for 2024, again, there will be more work on the master plans, and that certainly is something that we anticipate undertaking. And the last one would be moving forward with some of the strategic plan updates and preparation for that refresh, if you will, and that check-in, that 5-year check-in that's going to happen in 2025. So that is kind of in conclusion where we sit with the goals with respect to the CAO's office in terms of what we tend to do. I will, if I can just manage the order, we have a few individuals, unfortunately, that cannot be with us today. Both Ms. Hadre from Strategy Engagement and Mr. Hyra from Human Resources are unable to join us today. I believe they might be actually watching online, but they've asked, and I've offered, and they've asked that I present their areas. So if we could just skip to those, so to avoid me walking back and forth. So I just asked if we could just advance to, I believe the strategy engagement might be, or no, human resources is next. So from the human resources perspective, certainly we've had a and again, I am here with, I'm never going to get the name right, but Debbie Strajnik, did I get that right? Am I close? Our manager of human resources, who will be able to answer any more specific items aside from the goal management side. But certainly we've had a number of activities in 2023 in human resources. We had anticipated being finished our collective agreement with 701.1, which is our seasonal employee group. Unfortunately, because of some scheduling issues, both on our end and from the bargaining unit end, we're unable to complete that prior to their ended schedule. And so for those that are aware, 701.1 employees end their work year on November 30th and start back up in April. And so we have deferred that into 2024. Certainly, we've had the implementation of the electronic performance management. That item has been deferred into 2024. Some competing interests that we've had. We've completed the employee engagement side and looking at implementing the onboarding that we have. One of the things that just maybe to note in this particular area where we've had the biggest challenges for 2023, certainly, and I think Finance will be speaking to this as well, we had a longstanding employee retire in our payroll benefits office. We've taken this opportunity to look at the function of that area and try to improve and modernize that area. Certainly modernizing the HR processes associated with that. That has been a larger task than we had anticipated, quite frankly, and has required some deferral of some other areas. The other area that certainly affects the last two goals for 2023, as we've implemented and rolled out the Human Resource Master Plan in May, certainly that kicked off a number of job recruitments that we had not been anticipating when we developed the 2023 goals and objectives, which needed to get done. So that took priority in the scheduling, and as a result has resulted in the deferral of some of the items that we have. The other item that, quite frankly, we undertook in the human resources that took, and it certainly worth the effort, but more effort than we had thought, was the modernization of the payroll benefits function as it relates to, and time and attendance function as it relates to police and dispatch. We had done this a few years ago with respect to with most other parts of the organization. We were at a point finally that again, leadership within the police and dispatch service was wanting to take that next step. So we have done that. They had some dedicated resources which were required to do that. We had anticipated going live January 1st. I don't believe that's the plan at this point, that we're going to defer that and run in parallel to make sure that we're doing everything and not, if there's one thing I learned in finances, please don't screw up people's pay, because that is a very sensitive area. And so we're looking to ensure that everything is working appropriately. And certainly, again, it's been a great collaborative effort with folks from police. But it's been, again, it's very complex in terms of how their collective agreement works, and that tied with the retirement that we had throughout the year led to some deferral in that area. Certainly for 2024, we look forward to implementing the output out of the employee engagement side and improving those areas that we need improving, and recognizing those areas that we're excelling at. So certainly those will be an area. Included in that is a pulse survey as kind of a follow-up survey that we have. One of the other areas that we'll be looking at is trying to engage more with our part-time employees, as we did not get the engagement level we were hoping for, and it was just a timing issue more than anything. We did get some engagement, but not to the level we wanted to, so we're looking to go out as part of that. Certainly completing some of the areas that we have started in 2024, as well as council may be aware, all of our collective agreements, save and except 701.1, so that would be QP 701 police, the LaSalle Police Association, the LaSalle Fire Association. All of those agreements come due at the end of 2024. So we will be doing a fair amount of prep work to prepare for that, and early indications are that there may be some of those organizations that want to start earlier in the negotiation process as opposed to the traditional timeline of post expiration negotiation. So we haven't heard that definitively yet, but we want to be ready for it. So that will be the bulk of the time that we have in that area. I think that is kind of leading into the operating side. There's not a lot of inflationary changes that we have. The one area that we have, just to note, is in the enhancement area. There we are. Most of that enhancement is dealing with an additional position. That would be the Human Resource Coordinator position. This position will report to the Manager of Human Resources, and primary duties will include the HR Information System Administration, and involved in a number of the other HR functions that we have. Simply put, while we are growing in this area, there are a couple of areas within the organization that we are growing faster than we had anticipated. HR is one of them, IT is another, and certainly communications and strategy and engagement, which we'll talk about in a few minutes, is the third. So all areas are growing, but these ones seem to be ramping up a little faster, a little more in terms of catching up with what we need to get done. Certainly, if we do not proceed with this position, we can see certainly a slowdown in that modernization effect, and the efficiencies that we're looking to gain will certainly be slower coming. So that kind of summarizes, I think on page 42 of the budget book, it does identify the HR position and kind of outlines what the impacts are in terms of the description, the justification, as well as the impact should we not decide to go forward, as well as the budget impact. So with that, I think I've summarized the human resource budget. I'd be open to any questions at this point with respect to the HR department, and certainly we may lean on Ms. I'm going to roll the dice and see if I can get it right twice in a row. Strajnik, close, to answer any questions you might have directly about the area.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, through you, to who might answer. I know we've done this before, and I don't want to use the word surprised, but provincial legislation has changed, and the plans that you've laid out have turned. Using your crystal ball, Mr. Militia, do you anticipate that by the time we get some of these things in place, that the province may change their mind on some of the things that you've outlined, not only today, but in other meetings and in the past?
So the one thing I can say for certain is that there will be change coming. What that is, it's hard to tell. The rate of change is also, it tends to be a little cyclical. Right now, we seem to be in a period, both in this legislation and that relates to human resources, as well as other legislation that we see in other parts of our organization. There is some fluctuation that's happening that is affecting how we operate. And I think what you'll see is with a number of the positions that we have outlined as part of the 2024 budget, we are seeing that there is certainly a fluctuation at the provincial level in terms of changing direction, adding new, and relenting on some others. And so those are some of the challenges that we're having in trying to keep pace with that. We believe that the positions that have been identified, this as well as others, will certainly put us in a position to handle those changes more appropriately and be able to pivot better. I don't believe that there are any of these positions that are tied directly to a legislative framework that, should it change, we would no longer need that position.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, move on to your next presentation.
I don't want to, Councillor Desjardins did have her hand up. I don't know if that was a consistent question or not. I just don't want to leave before that opportunity.
Thank you. Through you. Actually, the Deputy Mayor asked part of my question. But I am curious. We've had some issues in the last year and a half hiring positions, finding acceptable folks that, and other communities are running into the same thing. Overall, do you think we're going to run into some of these same issues, or that's going to be continuing? Like human resources, you're looking at first quarter of 24. Is that realistic? Are the dates that we have here, do you think, realistic?
So maybe I can answer that question in two parts. Certainly with the development and acceptance of the Human Resource Master Plan, with some dedicated dates involved, it's easier for us to target those time periods. And given that it's now, we've integrated this as part of the budget process, it also becomes easier for us to roll that out as part of a January 1 timetable. So things that are earlier in the year, again, we're awaiting the budget outcome, but we anticipate that we're anticipating that certain positions will start to move forward earlier in the year and starting to do some background work ahead of time. So that background work is starting earlier than it traditionally would have been. And so from that perspective, I think we're in a better position to to fill the positions on the timelines we had anticipated. So that's kind of one half of the question. The other half of the question is there is no doubt that for certain positions, we will have no problems filling them. Equally, for other positions, we will have increasing difficulty to fill them. And we run through, now granted, we were partway through the year when we adopted the 2023 master plan, we'll call it, and that was in May. And so we've certainly, I spoke about the impact that's had on human resources and trying to ramp up to that. But for certain positions, we've already gone out once and twice and not finding the candidates that we're looking for. And so that is expected to happen as we go forward for certain positions. You know, it's interesting as we've gone through, and if we look at a 10 or 15-year history, we are seeing pressures in areas where we never have seen pressures. And, you know, I would point to one area in particular where in the police and dispatch service, we never had an issue of recruiting people traditionally. Now it's harder. It's not impossible, but it's harder, and certainly the chief can speak to that, that there's more involvement in job fairs that we never had to do to attract people to apply. There's a lot of reasons for that, but certainly that the easy ones are getting a little harder, and the harder ones are getting really hard. I will say that in those harder categories, it's relatively consistent across our peer group that they're having those difficulties. Those areas in the GTA have a bigger population pool to pull from, and so they have less of those challenges. Here in southwestern Ontario, and this is you know, London, Chatham, Kent, and South, there seems to be this resistance to move down to this area by qualified candidates outside of the area, and so we don't have that same draw. It could be the fact that we're kind of got water on three sides of us, so to speak, and so there's that aspect. And there's also the aspect of spousal employment that tends to limit the amount of people coming to this area from outside of this area. We have been holding our own. I will say that we have had some challenges as well. There's no doubt about that. It has been difficult, and you know, in the HR world, those difficulties equal time. And so where a process, I will call it, if we look at it from the perspective of there's a 4 to 6 week ramp up before we post it. We issue a posting, both whether it's an internal or external, really doesn't matter. We issue a posting, and then if it's an internal process, that is usually a 4 to 6 weeks process. If it's an external process, it can go anywhere. I think the fastest we've ever hired anybody from an external process might have been 8 weeks. So you can, you know, when that process doesn't work perfectly, that just means that we're restarting that process and adding another 10 weeks to that process. So to your question, is Q1 a reasonable target? For this position, probably. For some positions, we're hoping, but with, you know, when we add the 4 to 6 weeks on the front end and 8 to 10 weeks on the back end, if we have to restart that process, you can add another 8 to 10 weeks on top of the already 8 to 10 weeks that we're starting from. And so, you know, where you know, a 2 or 3 month process now turns into a 6 month process, and that's where the challenges are. Thankfully, in most areas, we have the wherewithal to deal with that absence, but I will say that will defer some of the programs that we want done by that.
Anything else?
So just moving on to strategy and engagement, certainly, I think, certainly from the goals and objectives, and again, from the overall side of things, we have taken some immense steps forward in this area. Again, we've come a long way, and certainly from a staffing perspective, I believe that we're in the last stages of interviews for a position to come into this department as part of the 2023 hirings that we had planned. And certainly, we've had advancements on the digital and engagement side of things. Certainly, there's been a number of microsites that we've launched, both the Living LaSalle microsite, the historical timeline, and the active living map, all been successfully launched. Takes some time to develop that content and that visual side of things, but certainly we've had lots of success in terms of getting that out there, and lots of community positive impact in terms of that. And sorry, I don't want to neglect that Sue Nada is here from that area, so any questions you have that go to her, please feel free. Sorry, Sue. Certainly, we intend to continue that in 2024. One of the things that it's been on the agenda that we're looking to do is to investigate that whole town app side of things, and, whatever that will be. There are municipalities that have that. We're looking for that singular platform where we can digitally reach people, that is connecting folks in that manner. That seems to be the way that municipalities and other organizations outside of the municipal sector are moving towards. Certainly, we want to start small and add modules on so that we can build on them and try to roll that out successfully. Certainly, from the strategic planning perspective, we've taken steps in 2023, but look to take more steps in 2024 as we start to integrate that more and get ready for the update that's going to happen as part of the 5-year review. Again, from the waterfront certainly has had a number of impacts with respect to, if I can maybe just get the next slide, this one here, in terms of the naming, the branding of LaSalle Landing. Certainly lots of communication that we've had and engagement in this area. Certainly Ms. Nada, Ms. Hadre, and Mr. Mara have had a lot of conversations with the LaSalle Community Fund, with the Windsor-Essex Community Foundation, and the Rotary Club of LaSalle. Certainly lots of good partnership conversation that's happening in that area. We're moving the needle in an area that we have not moved the needle traditionally, which is nice to see, quite frankly. It's how we've designed this, and it's good to see that come into fruition. Certainly, one area that we want to get into in 2024 is more guidelines with respect to future sponsorships. We are seeing more and more folks wanting to come forward. We don't have a framework for that just yet, but we are looking to do that. Right now, it's a one-off basis, and we'd like to get into a more policy-driven or guideline-driven basis with that. And certainly, strategy and engagement have had lots of interaction with planning and development with respect to the waterfront district, the LaSalle Waterfront District Plan in terms of that outflow. Certainly, communication, again, from that perspective, that aspect of the department's activity has been very active. Very happy to see that the last call before fall was a very successful event, as was some of our traditional activities of Breakfast with Santa, the mayor, and I understand all of council was there as well. And so, sorry, Mayor, they want to be included too, so in the title, so we might have to change that. But certainly from that perspective, certainly the LaSalle Messenger, we're trying to get out there. We are, trying on all aspects to be more communicative with respect to information sharing. We hear both ends of the spectrum. One end saying, I don't like the digital world, just give it to me in paper. I wish there was a newspaper. To the other side is just send it to me via, let me find some place, let me have the app, because that is how I want to consume information. So it's a wide spectrum that we have, and we, as long as most other organizations, are struggling to live in both worlds and do both those things quite well. Certainly, our social media platforms continue to improve and continue to look at gain membership in those areas. We also, just maybe to note, we did undertake certainly a business engagement strategy, if you will, or effort is probably a better word, in terms of trying to help businesses organize themselves. And so we've brought in some guest speakers. We've had some working shops with the business community as well as with council and some senior level administrative staff. So certainly we look forward to kind of rolling that out to its finality in 2024. Certainly as this new communication coordinator position becomes ingrained, I think part of some of the commentary I've heard offline with members of council, an increased exposure on photographs, on videos, on graphics and things of that nature, that's part of that role that we see coming out. And so from that perspective, again, lots of activity in this area, lots of growth in this area. I would be remiss if I did not also mention that we are reviewing our social media policy and hope to have something to council in the first quarter. We are finding that the negativity that is happening on social media is growing, unfortunately. Social media has great potential on the positivity side, but also that same exponential positivity that can be created can also have the same effect on the negativity side. And we are seeing that some municipalities across Ontario, the negativity is getting to the point that they're actually, quote unquote, unplugging from social media. I'm not sure that that's the right thing to do, but understandably so. And I will also say from a health and safety perspective and looking at what our municipal employees are enduring, both those that view social media all the time and those that are charged with monitoring social media has some challenges associated to that. So we're reviewing that right now and seeing to look what if any changes we can make in going forward to improve that cycle. So I think the only other item I'll add is that as part of the budget, there is a $75,000, which is the predominantly most of the increase that you'll see in this area. That relates to funding that we set aside for strategy engagement for the strategic planning implementation that we have going forward. So with that, again, from a budgetary, from a operational side, not a lot of changes except for that overall budget with respect to the strategy and engagement side. So with that, again, happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Councillor Reno?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in regards to the 75,000 that we were just talking about, are you finding in general that quality studies are much more expensive now? Are you finding that we need more studies than what we have been doing in the past? Can you just justify that 75,000, please?
Absolutely. So part of I think without a doubt, across the board, it doesn't matter what area it's in, whether it be strategic in nature or whether it be just a regular engineering report. We are finding that the cost escalation is happening with respect to studies. I will also say that has been somewhat mitigated with the fact that there are, because under COVID, and the virtualization of our environment, we're getting folks from outside of the area that are interested in bidding. And so the number of bidders have somewhat increased, and so that has helped mitigate the cost escalation because local bidders have to be competitive in that arena. There are some challenges that come with non-local representation in terms of studies and plans and expertise that's coming. There are also some again, grander or bigger, larger experiences that some of those folks have been exposed to as part of their client group that maybe local folks have not. So it's a good and a bad, I will say. It's getting more expensive. There is no doubt about it. I will also say that what we're asking for in terms of work to be done, expertise, is more than what we've asked for in the past. We're asking more often because we just don't have that level of expertise, that niche environment that we're looking for. And so that comes at a cost. And so it's a bit of a two-part side. There is some cost escalation. There has been some minor mitigation with that, but we are asking for more because our projects are larger. And so from that perspective, that is part of the challenge with respect to that.
Thank you. I can appreciate that. I mean, especially when just a few weeks ago, we decided to take on a plan that actually came out of our mill and pave program that may be, which obviously will be a reduction in service in the end. So, it's nice to see that a thought has gone into this so that that we don't have to reduce services somewhere else in order to get the job done.
Any other questions? Councillor Carrick?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just through you, and I think we're all on the same page here. I just want to touch again on the impacts, negativity on our staff and you guys. So having said that, you guys know that, and I'm going to say this, I said this before, but there's a good group here that needs to know and can filter it through that. We will protect you as best we can and with everything we can. At least that's my opinion. I think everybody else up here is the same way. So even if you think things are getting a little dark or a little too negative, just understand that we are here to support you guys through the administration, through ourselves. And I think the mayor and everybody else up here has said it in the past, and we will continue to do that. And this is very important for us to make sure you guys can do your job without having to worry about any negative consequences. Thank you.
Certainly, we appreciate that. And, speaking on behalf of administration, I think we appreciate council's position and the support that we've been given in the past. I would say personally, as the holder of the key, so to speak, of the health and safety of the organization, it seems that apparently I can go to jail. And I think Mr. Heyer would often come into my office and tell me that. This is, we've traditionally worked on health and safety about a machine, how to work in a hole, the proper training. This is a new area for us, and one that we are taking more seriously, and we appreciate the council support that comes with that.
Any other questions or comments? There being none, we will break for lunch until 12:30.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We will resume our budget sessions. I will turn it back over to you to continue, Mr. Langlois. Or Mr. Ferrero, I don't know who's taking over.
Thank you. So we're just moving along to our corporate revenue side of the operations. So this is basically all the revenue that are not user fees and also not tax related or tax levy. So we're calling them inflationary changes, but increases in the corporate revenue, which is primarily made up, the large increase is we're increasing our interest income by $800,000. Interest rates have went up drastically to try and battle inflation over the past couple of years. There is talks that interest rates will be reduced in 2024. So we're prepared. We don't think that they're going to reduce back down to the 2% or so where they were. So we're prepared to conservatively increase our interest revenue by $800,000. But however, there is some reductions in revenue. As mentioned earlier, our OCIF funding from last year was a $180,000 reduction. There's going to be a further $235,000 reduction, but that's an in and out. That revenue comes in and goes directly into a reserve. It does impact us, but it won't impact the tax rate. And then there's a reduction in our supplemental levy income. So about 3 or 4 years ago, when we were experiencing very high growth before COVID and before the bottleneck of supply chain issues hit, we did reach $900,000 in revenue. The following year, council asked us to increase that revenue to $900,000 to match the previous years. Since then, we haven't come close to $900,000 of supplemental levy revenue. We've been between $550,000 to $700,000 per year. So we're reducing that by $100,000. So that brings the budget to $800,000 in supplementary levy revenue. So those are the three large amounts that make up the changes from the prior year budget. Okay, next, moving to the Finance Administration goals and objectives. So that 2023 goals and objectives, I'll just run through them quickly. Information technology in the LaSalle Police Service. As everyone's aware, we're beginning to investigate and take those that function in-house. We've done a lot of work so far in 2023. That's going to continue on to 2024, but there's been a lot of investigative work. We're starting to move different things over to be consistent with the rest of LaSalle operations and making sure that we have the best security available. We're going to continue to investigate that and move forward with that into 2024. That should be completed near the first quarter of 2024. Next, we are investigating multi-year budgeting. This session, if we move forward with that, this would be kind of approving in principle multi-years of budgets. At this point in time, we have started investigating, but without knowing what's going to happen with the impact reassessment, it really truly is difficult to forecast. So the sheet that I showed at the end of I call it the front of file presentation, where we're looking at the high level items and the plans all put together and how long they're going to last, we're going to continually improve and our forecasting into the future. It really truly isn't that difficult to do because we have a list of master plans, and when you put them all together, you can really see where we're going to end up. The most difficult area to project is inflation because it's so volatile these days. It's very difficult to predict. Next, our water supply agreement. We've been working diligently on that. We are very close. We expect to finish this and have a signed agreement at the very beginning of 2024. So that's also in 2024 goals and objectives. That's going to guarantee our water supply to our build-out population to make sure we don't have to worry about that in the future. We don't have to worry about building our own plant. That's a shared service which saves significant amount of money for our residents. Next, parkland dedication fee. We were investigating that in 2023. Bill 23 hit, some changes hit, which forced us to defer that, but we're going to be looking at that again in 2024. Phase 2 of our asset management plan that was required to be completed for all of our core infrastructure and our current service levels and expected future service levels, that was completed mid-year. Our community engagement property assessment update, since that's been delayed again, we can complete that. We continue to include that because once there is a decision made by the province on the reassessment, we're going to do a big campaign to make sure that all of our residents are aware of what's coming and how it's going to impact them. So for moving on to 2024, some of the goals and objectives that I haven't already mentioned that aren't carried forward, it's asset retirement obligations. This is more not operational, it's more from the finance end and financial reporting end. It's just a new legislative requirement, which will take a significant amount of work, but it really won't impact our operations or budget. Asset management plan, the next phase for our non-core infrastructure assets is required by mid-year. And again, the community engagement on the property assessment update. Just in addition to these goals and objectives, last year was the first year we had our budget software, our new budget software. This is our second year. It takes the first year to kind of work out all the bugs, and the second year it's run extremely smoothly. So that's probably our, that along with from the IT side, taking over the LaSalle police IT function, those are probably some of our largest successes. As Mr. Militia mentioned earlier, our biggest challenge with the retirement of our payroll and benefits officer who had 20 years of knowledge and experience and helped build what we've had today. Taking on the Volmer and the part-time staff from, we've more than doubled our staff to what we are today. There's a wealth of knowledge there. We have a new staff member, she's done a fantastic job getting up to speed, and we're continuing to streamline processes with our human resources and create efficiencies between the two departments and within payroll. And that's kind of some of the stuff behind the scenes that council and the public doesn't really see, but is very important to our organization. But it doesn't, when you have that many years of experience and knowledge gone, it is definitely a challenge to learn that quickly. Okay, next, the finance and administrative budget. So inflationary changes, not much there. The majority of it is the wages and benefits. And then also the insurance increase, the 9.5% insurance increase for the year. The recommended enhancement is a half year of a new position, the legal administrative assistant. So I know within page 36 and 37 of the budget book gives the details of that position, but at a very high level, currently our legal counsel and paralegal are performing a lot of administrative work. And this position will focus more on the administrative side and allow those positions to focus on more high-level tasks and research-related tasks, which are definitely needed with some of the things that are happening around town. If there's any, and as I said, that's scheduled to be hired mid-year. Is there's any questions on this at all before we move on? Nope. Okay, next, under financial services. So under the financial services, this is where all our debt payments occur and all of our transfers to the reserves occur. So inflationary changes is primarily made up of the $300,000 annual increase for inflation on existing capital contributions. As I mentioned, that's 2%, and the actual true inflationary cost is over 6%, so we really aren't hitting that true target. But, if we did the last 2 years, it would be probably a 25% increase, which that's a large part of our budget. So in an effort to try and keep our tax rate increase reasonable, we haven't truly hit the true rate of inflation. Next, our recommended enhancements. So we have our labor master plan, which we're building up. As mentioned earlier, we do have a 10-year forecast with this plan with all the positions related to growth and catch up. The positions that are closer, the couple years down the road, are easier to predict, and as we get out farther, different things happen. So it becomes a little bit foggier. Different positions could be moved up, pushed back, but it kind of gives us a plan to work towards. It's very important. Second, our LaSalle Landing Master Plan, as mentioned earlier in the presentation, this council committed to a 1% tax rate increase a year to fund this project well into the future. Originally it was intended to be a 30-year project. We are tracking well ahead of that with the event center being complete and working towards the skate trail. Those are two large components of that overall project. So we are tracking very quickly on this project, ahead of schedule, I'd say. But, to continue moving forward and pushing forward to completing these different phases, it's a proposed $400,000 increase. Next, our increased annual contribution to capital. This is that 2% annual increase dedication to close that funding gap, or attempt to close it as we move forward. And that was committed to in 2016. There were years where when we did get that large OCIF funding before it was reduced, we didn't increase our annual contribution at all, I don't think, that year, because that was $1 million, right? So we haven't been increasing every single year, but if we do get an increase in formula-related grants, we won't necessarily need this large of an increase. And then last, the new facilities master plan that we're starting to build that hole for and put funding away for into the future to make sure, once we do hit that capacity of existing buildings, we're going to have, we'll be able to modify existing spaces, add on, construct new, whatever we decide that we need to do to, for our growth in the community to house these new positions. Any questions at all on this? Okay, the next slide is I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Mara just to kind of explain some of the larger projects in a little more detail than what I just mentioned.
Thank you. So I'm going to provide a bit of narrative on the LaSalle Landings project. So up on the screen in front of you, you have two images. The top image shows the current council-approved future full build-out of what is referred to as the LaSalle Landings, consisting of approximately 60 acres of land holdings on the waterfront, just west of Front Road. And so then the second image is just below that. That is a little bit more detailed image of the skate trail and water feature that is currently in design. So we'll stick with the lower image for the time being. I'll give a bit of a update and a progress report on that. Subject to next week's council meeting, there is a little bit more of an in-depth report coming to council next week on progress to date and budget. So I will briefly touch base on where we're at with that particular project, and then coming out of council's meeting next week, Tuesday on December 12th, we can get into a bit more detail. But currently we are progressing well with that project. It's in the detailed design phase. We are still on track to having that operational in about 12 months from now, so December 2024. That will be further confirmed when we get out for a tender and we have a successful contractor selected, and as we progress through some of the construction sequencing in materials availability for that particular project. But as I mentioned, next week, Tuesday, there is a current council report as part of that agenda that really touches base on progress and budget-related items for that particular project. Now I'll bring your attention back up to the larger overall image. So I'll run through a number of current other projects that are happening on the site and where they stand relative to construction. So the first one I will bring council's attention to is the entrance garden. So this is a small little entrance garden that is being constructed right now just north of the event center, immediately adjacent Front Road. That is coming along nicely. That one was a sponsorship with the Windsor-Essex Community Fund and the LaSalle Community Fund and the LaSalle Horticultural Society. So that is nearing completion, should be completed shortly within the next couple weeks, and the construction fencing should come down. That is, given the time of year, that project will require some attention in the spring once the plants and things of that nature, the grass comes out of dormancy and they begin to grow. So that will require some attention in the spring, but that one has progressed nicely. So then the next two projects I will bring council's attention to is the The stormwater management pond in the Marina Cut, that is the portion that is immediately west of the event center, along with the festival event lawn, which is immediately west of the parking area. That project is, we're currently reviewing and collecting background information, permitting requirements, and things of that nature for that particular project. We haven't started design and construction. We haven't started any design of that particular project as of yet. It's just we're still collecting that information. So early 2024, we should be and hopefully be into some of the preliminary design of some of the features within those areas coming out of this overall build plan. And then the final project, it's not really shown on this plan, but it's a project that's being led by Ms. Hadre and Ms. Beggs, and that is the Waterfront Economic Action Plan. You may hear a bit more when Ms. Beggs speaks on her department's work, but certainly with respect to that particular project, we are through the first rounds of workshops and some of the ideal sessions and things of that nature, and we are still on track with that one to be completed sometime mid-2024. With that, that concludes a bit of an update on the LaSalle Landing Waterfront project.
Sorry, and I forgot to mention on the past slide, the labor master plan, that's a reduction. And the reason for that is actually the reallocation from certain reserves to fund some of these positions. So for example, the accessibility position, we do have an accessibility reserve. So to fund that, we're reallocating a portion of the annual contribution to the accessibility reserve to fund that position. And then also for, I think there's a supervisor of facilities, a portion of that position will be funded from the waterfront reserve because they're going to be responsible for the buildings on the waterfront as well. So. Okay, the information technology reserve. The inflationary changes is primarily wages and benefits. There's some new positions that were budgeted for in 2023, and security initiatives, that's continued importance. We want to make sure that we're secure, the cybersecurity is in place, so we're increasing the funding for that, as well as the software price increases year over year. Those continue to increase, and year over year, we continue to have more software that we utilize to create efficiencies throughout the town. The recommended enhancement is the continued buildup of the contribution to the IT reserve for future capital related initiatives. This is phase 2 of 4, so it'll bring the total annual contribution to just shy of $250,000 annually. Our ultimate goal in a couple years is to reach $350,000 annually. When we do replace items such as servers and switches, there's a lot of them around town, and they're big ticket, very expensive items, especially, since we're taking over the police IT function and getting them up to speed. That's also comes at a significant cost as well. But it's the right thing to do, and it's the way of the future. The IT's not going anywhere, it's only increasing. With that, I will, the next departmental president, if there's any questions on finance and IT, I'd be happy to answer them right now before we move on. Okay. Next is council services.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor?
Yep.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just if this is the appropriate time, with some of the things that have gone on, I see the dollars that we're putting in and I understand it. The insurance and things like that to protect our infrastructure, is that in this budget or is it elsewhere? I just want to make sure that I understand what I've read.
That's in our insurance budget, and I am happy to announce, they do a detailed review on our cyber insurance applications every year and make sure we're ticking the different boxes, or it becomes very expensive if you're not protecting ourselves. But the last 2 years, we've had minimal increases in our cyber insurance because we do have a lot of proper initiatives, and we go kind of above and beyond because of its importance. So that's important to note.
Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. So yes, I'm here to speak about council services, and you will see up displayed are the goals and objectives from last year, and then our goals and objectives for this year. In large part, council services successfully met our goals from last year, with the exception of the council vacancy policy. We recognized our goals for last year were a little bit ambitious, and due to some workload issues, we weren't able to complete that policy and bring forward to council. It is drafted, and we're expecting it to come early in 2024. I did want to highlight a couple of successes and challenges that we experienced last year, and they are tied to our goals and objectives for this year and next year, and also to some of our enhancements in terms of records. Records has been a success for the town of LaSalle for a number of years, and we were able to last year successfully onboard 2 of our largest record-producing departments. And with that, obviously, becomes more work for us, more work for the departments to make sure our records are being managed appropriately. So that was, and onboarding a department involves a number of different things. In addition to working with the departments to get an understanding and an inventory of what records they hold and where they're housed, we also work with the departments to develop a filing structure and a storage structure that will work not only for them, but will meet the requirements under the legislation. So just as much as that is a success for us, it's also a challenge. The way the town is growing, we're producing a lot more records than we have in the past. And there are a lot more areas that we need to be concerned about. And privacy and security, and while cybersecurity is an IT function, document security is a council services function. So to be able to move the records program forward, and I will briefly talk about it on the next slide, we need more bodies, we need more human resources to assist us, and that's really why we're asking for an information, a records and information coordinator for next year. We can't keep up with the volume of records that we are producing right now. It's difficult to meet our everyday filing needs. It's difficult to advance the program, move the program forward. So that's where we're at with records. And tying into records a little bit is FOI. We are seeing the public a little bit more engaged with the FOI process. They're asking for more records. Their asks are becoming more complex and more numerous. So we are dedicating more staff time to processing those requests. And that ties into the records management program, because if records are stored properly and they're stored where they should be, we're not wasting time looking for those records when we do get those asks. And it's not just council services that looks for the records. The departments themselves, when we do get a request in, they go searching for those records too. So our ability to be able to help them file and store things where they need to be and as they need to be filed also helps them. When we get these asks, they can go and locate the records for us. I also want to touch on, and it's not listed on the first slide, but the modernization of services that council services undertook last year. We put a lot of time and effort into updating our website and making service requests, if you will, available electronically. So members of the public can now apply for marriage licenses online. They can pay for those requests. They can request solemnization services and book dates online. They can make FOI requests online and pay for them. And we're really looking at making these types of services available to members of the public, at all hours of the day, so they don't have to wait until the office opens in the morning to call somebody. They can submit their request, and then we can process them when we get in the morning or during regular business hours. Another challenge that we are experiencing in council services deals with accessibility. The legislative requirements are numerous, and there is a big push from the ministry now to make sure that our website is compliant, that we are adhering to all the different standards that are set out in the AODA. We recently went through we had to revise our website because there was some non-compliance, if you will, with respect to our website and making sure all the documents published to the website are accessible. And because the website is it's basically, a living site, and documents are uploaded and removed on a regular basis. And just trying to keep up with that and making sure that the documents that we publish to the agenda and on the website are accessible is really a full-time job. So that is another reason why we are asking for an accessibility clerk to assist with some of those accessibility pressures that we are experiencing. So unless there are any questions about the goals from this year and next year, or any questions about the positions, that are in our budget or the capital enhancement, that's my presentation.
Councillor Reno?
Just a note I wanted to pass forward. You know, through the budget process, we get emails and messages and things from members of our community. And one of them actually works in policy development for one of our neighboring municipalities and lives here in LaSalle. And this position for accessibility, when he saw that on our budget, he sent back a message right away and he applauded us for adding something in-house to deal with accessibility, because his municipality is spending tens of thousands of dollars sending that work out to other companies. And he was very happy and he would like to extend his thanks for that.
Any other questions or comments? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. I appreciate the opportunity to kind of run through some of our goals and objectives for 2023 from the Planning and Development Department and talk about some of our additional goals for 2024. So in 2023, we were able to successfully move forward the digitization of the building permit application process. With Mr. Colucci and his team, he was able to onboard a lot of that process, and in 2024, we're going to continue on to be able to fully digitize the building permit application process with our internal group. And that 2024 effort will focus on plans review in Bluebeam, which is the software that we use to review drawings and provide comments back to the applicant. All inspections will be conducted digitally using an iPad to facilitate the inspection purpose. And the goal really is to become fully paperless in 2024 as it relates to the building permit application process. One of the biggest challenges associated with that particular process, I would say, is we've experienced some integration issues with the software, but with the assistance of IT, we've been working through those kinks and experiencing how to overcome some of those hurdles. So we'll continue on in that vein with the support of IT. We will be bringing a report forward in 2024 to summarize building permit activity and the dwelling units created in 2023, but I just wanted to provide council with a bit of a snapshot on what that will look like. So in 2023, we created a total, and the data is current as of today, we created a total of 256 new dwelling units. And so some of the breakdown associated with that is roughly, 41 single detached dwelling units, is a number that stands out, and as well as 163 new condominium dwelling units for a total of 256. Related to the terms of reference for Howard Bouffard, I think it's fair to say we progressed a little bit further than establishing a terms of reference to fully initiate this project. We were before council at the last council meeting looking at the emerging preferred plan, and we'll continue on with that project, which I'll speak about a little bit later on in the presentation. The Development Standards Manual is ongoing. That's a manual that will set out the terms and directions and the process associated with the development approval process. And we continue to work on that with the assistance of the Public Works Department. The LaSalle Waterfront Economic Development Action Plan actually has a new name now that's a lot easier to say and with less words and letters. So we're now calling it the LaSalle Waterfront District Plan. And we've really advanced that project quite a bit. An RFP was written and published on bids and tenders, as council is aware. We awarded the project to Urban Strategies, Colliers Development, and ERA Architects. And we're really in the engagement portion of that project and seeking some input from different stakeholders and agencies to help inform the future landscape of that park. And then again, the park's master plan, that's an ongoing project that's now being led by Public Works in connection with Culture and Rec. And planning and development will take a bit of an advisory role on that project going forward. We will be ensuring that any work that comes out of that RFP or that final product really works to incorporate any outcome associated with the Howard Bouffard secondary plan, as well as any of the work we can initiate with Mr. Langlois and his team related to a parkland dedication bylaw. So really making sure that those two projects and this overall parks master plan project are fully integrated. So looking now to the 2024 goals, just to highlight them a little bit, the zoning bylaw housekeeping amendment is a priority for us. It has been for some time, but we have not been able to get to it. So we know what we need to do. We know the changes that we want to make. It just has not been something that we've been adequately staffed to be able to prioritize. I will say that one of the successes for the 2023 year has been the ability for us to have developed and filled the position of the Manager of Planning Services. So we were very excited to have Christina on board with us and to have her as part of this team. And we hope that, you know, she will be of assistance as we move forward some of these initiatives in 2024. That includes both the zoning bylaw amendment as a housekeeping amendment, as well as the development standards manual for the town of LaSalle. So I'd like to turn council's attention now to focus a little bit more on the Howard Bouffard secondary plan. And I'd really like the opportunity to talk about this in the context that, you know, it's both a success for the municipality to date, as well as an ongoing challenge for us moving forward. And, you know, for our department, this is a really important 2024 goal. And, you know, it seeks to hit on all of those strategic goals that are identified in the town's strategic plan. So it really resonates with us because it seeks to satisfy all those strategic plan goals that are identified. And going back to, you know, Mr. Militia's presentation of, you know, the difference between, you know, transactional goals versus stewardship or transformative goals, this project really has the opportunity to satisfy both transactional elements associated with the municipal operation, as well as those transformational goals that we are seeking to implement as well. So this project includes 1,700 acres of land. And so that is, you know, we're looking to house anywhere between 22,000 to 26,000 new people and jobs in the town of LaSalle. So we really are creating a community within an existing community. So it's a very important project for us going into the future. You know, there's a lot of competing interests associated with this project, and I just wanted to take the time to highlight some of those interests and their evolving complexities. So we talked a little bit about at the last council meeting on the development and delineation of the natural heritage system. So this is being developed by LGL Consulting, and it has to be consistent with provincial policy and in keeping with the direction of the county OP and the town's OP. And now what that means is it is the responsibility of the municipality to identify and protect all significant natural heritage features and their associated ecological functions. So we have a duty relative to the provincial policy statement that fundamentally means we are required to protect these natural heritage areas, and that means there is no development opportunity within them. Distributing appropriate densities across land use designations. So this is one of the other important functions of this project. And this is a real hot button for the development community, and as it should be, because, you know, the higher the density allocation for a property, the higher its development yield. And that really is what the development community is trying to maximize. But it's important that, you know, from a land use planning perspective, we allocate density in the right way. And the right way to do that is to look at the developer aspirations. That is definitely one component of density allocation. We also have to look at the direction of the town of LaSalle's official plan as well as the county's official plan with respect to the implementation of good, sound land use planning principles and smart growth ideologies. I was very happy to see in Mr. Militia's presentation how he did highlight that, you know, part of shaping of the municipality and part of the outcome of where we are today is because we've been reinforcing good land use planning principles. And, you know, that gets reinforced through this project as well. So it's also really important that we be mindful of the fact that we have an existing constraint, an existing restriction under our current sanitary sewage agreement with the City of Windsor. So, you know, we're not just looking at how to increase and maximize development yield. We're looking at a restriction and a number that we have to work from. We're looking at, you know, implementing developers' aspirations, and we're looking at responsible and good land use planning principles. And it's about negotiating all of those objectives and negotiating all of those competing interests and coming up with the best plan from a density perspective that supports the intentions of our official plan document for LaSalle. The implementation of the Howard Bouffard Environmental Assessment Drainage Study Preferred Solution. Wow, that is a mouthful. So we're nearing the end of having a solution that ultimately deals with the flood inundation, as well as accommodates an appropriate storm outlet for new development, which is a real success. I applaud Mr. Mara and the team for having, you know, done all that good work. It's been an ongoing challenge, and the outcome of that and the ultimate solution will be fed into the overall secondary plan document. This secondary plan will also establish a fully integrated park system. And so we're trying to the extent possible to incorporate the parks into the natural heritage system. We're really trying to focus on connecting those two elements of the plan. It will also identify the appropriate number of school sites relative to the population being projected. And this is an exercise that's done in collaboration with the local school boards. It will also establish appropriate transit corridors that are necessary to support new development at the proposed densities that we're looking at, as well as incorporating all of the work that has already been completed as part of the transit master plan. And so all of these decisions, all of these competing interests, whether it be the natural heritage system, appropriate corridors, density allocation, they all have to be made with having regard for good, sound land use planning principles, which are established in the official plan and reinforced by provincial policy. So those principles include complete community, a viable community, a beautiful and healthy community, a sustainable community, and a resilient community. And that's really our job as a municipality, is to make sure that whatever we put forward as part of the secondary plan really reinforces those existing and established principles. So it's important to recognize that this is a very complex process that requires, you know, the balancing of many competing interests. And, you know, we're slowly inching along. We're moving into the public consultation phase of this project in 2024. And as Mr. Palmer continuously reminds me, the plan is not done until it's done. So it takes quite a bit of work and negotiating many competing interests, but we're hopeful that we're going to get there in 2024. So I think the operating budget for the department is relatively straightforward. We do have one recommended enhancement that we're requesting, and we're looking at securing an additional $5,000 to support the function of the Conservation Authority. They used to provide some natural heritage advice for development application purposes when, you know, property owners were speculatively exploring properties to understand some of the natural heritage features. So we're looking to have some additional funding on hand in case we need to provide that service going forward. And with that, I am available for questions.
Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Renaud.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, just a question about the realignment of the bylaw. We've spoken about a certain circumstance where I guess it would be existing non-conforming would be the status for some of these if they wanted to expand. So do you have a timeline that we would be able to reach? The person in the community just understands what's going on, is just looking for a timeline and some reassurances that if they wanted to expand, that despite the oversight in the bylaw, they would not be penalized if they wanted to. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and I'm very familiar with the instance that you're referring to, and I do apologize that we have not been able to produce the document in the time fashion that we wanted to. We do have the additional staff member on board now, and that is one of Christina's first priorities and projects, and we're looking to advance it to a public planning meeting in early February.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in regards to the $5,000 expense, is that just so that we have the information on hand if somebody asks, or is this something that may be able to be recouped when somebody asks for very specific information?
It's a bit of both, really. It's sometimes property owners want more information about a particular property before they've made an application, right? So we haven't collected an application yet. They're doing a bit of a due diligence exercise, and they want a little bit more information on the particular feature that is part of their property, and we want the ability to provide that to them.
And I would assume that information would then be stored in a database or something so that if anybody comes back, we have it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Just on that, so it would be a hiring of a third-party group to do that investigation on that land, or is that something internal we're doing?
So we already have LGL on retainer for third-party natural heritage review, so we would lean on their support to be able to inform that information and provide us with that context.
So is it something we should consider as part of a possible future fee structure? I just worry that we may get members of the public who could abuse that once they learn of this free option.
I think that was the intention. We were looking at phasing this in and potentially next budget cycle coming back with a request for some additional funding to support it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Carrick?
Just maybe more so, just some comments. So understanding and looking at the process that we've gone through for the Howard Buford planning, I just want to make it clear that I've been here since 2000. And the town has always been, and Joe had mentioned earlier in his opening remarks, that we've always been a steward of the environment and the heritage areas and natural areas to protect. So moving forward, that's not going to change. And hearing your words and through Joe and that stuff and what you guys are bringing forward, that's very important to everybody. But at the same time, you got to find a good balance. But we've never, ever not protected the environment or moved forward with the town of LaSalle as a whole, since I've been a part of it, and even before that probably. So I just want to say that's great stuff, and keep up the good work.
Mr. Wilshaw?
Just to follow up on a question regarding fees. I think one of the things with the changing legislation that we're the changing legislative environment we're in, we are going to be looking more intently on what our fees are going to look like. I'm not sure when that is going to come back to council, but rest assured, all these changes that we're seeing in terms of changing in responsibilities, for example, what's happening at IRCA versus what used to happen at IRCA, those things we are going to have to really come to grips with what that impact is on our operations and what that cost implication both internally and through external resources will be. So safe to say this is the start of that conversation. I'm not sure where the conversation ends or what that result's going to be, but I think it's safe to say that our fees at some point will be going up. To what level and for what is what we need to figure out, but that is going to be part of that process in 2024 and potentially into 2025, particularly as the legislation tends to move a bit in that area. So just a bit of warning, you might get some comments from some folks within the industry that that see this as a revenue grab. It's really more of a cost containment than revenue grab, in our opinion, at this point.
Thank you. There being no more questions, thank you. We'll move on. Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm pleased to present the Public Works section of the budget. We have the goals sheet up here, and I might come back to that near the end, as some of my slides will take care of most of these goals. So maybe we'll move to the next one. So this is our roads and our corporate and our roads budget. So I'm going to start with one of the successes we had in the roads area, which really isn't a budget item. But we just, as council may be aware, recently completed our naming the snowplow event that was undertaken by Mr. Beggs and a number of the roads department. So we had the grade 1 students from the various public schools in LaSalle nominate and create some names to vote on at the truck or treat event. And we just a few weeks ago named one of the snowplows Sonic the Snowplow, or Sonic Lachey's Neige. I think I got that. Grade 1 class from Monsignor Augustin Caron School. Probably didn't get that right either, sorry, my apologies. But it was a huge success, and the kids loved it, and we had great uptake, and it's not something, our department is typically known for, but the team did a great job with it, so I just wanted to highlight and thank some folks. I'll name them off, the folks that were at the event. Mark Beggs, who kind of quarterbacked it. I think I just made a nice new phrase. Quarterback. Sue Nada helped with communications. Andy Coghill, Mike Capucci, some of our roads operators, Jerry Gertzen, Joe Pilato, Tyler Gallant, Chris Ruthven, Steve Brush, and Jeremy Reinhardt. So that's a bit of a positive success, I think, from our department that I want to start with. So staying within roads, I'll move on to a challenge we had. On the operating side, this year we had a big challenge with tree work orders and tree requests. So earlier in the year, we had a couple large storms. One was an ice storm. There was one big windstorm and another high wind event, I think. And the number of tree work orders that we typically would see in roads basically quadrupled this year, and a big piece of it was, and even, we had a lot of things that happened during those events, but the mindset of residents regarding their mature trees kind of shifted, where from before where it was, don't even look at my nice mature tree, to come take my tree down, I don't want it falling. So that mindset change really brought up the number of work orders we had. So we saw a big increase in that operationally. I'm hoping that was the big, a big hit this year, and it levels out a bit. But we did need to make some increases in that budget. On the capital side of roads, we have Malden Road, the Malden Road project that I'll provide a bit of an update on.
Just have one question, Councillor Carrick.
I'm going to declare a conflict on this issue. Family member lives on the street. Thank you.
So currently, we're in the design stage of Malden Road. I would guess we're around the 40% mark. And we've taken our first cut at what the property requirements are going to be along the corridor. There's still some refining to do with that we're working with the consultant on. But hopefully early next year, we'll have that, have those properties identified precisely, and we'll be moving into the property acquisition phase, working with legal and Mr. Mara on going through that. I suspect that could be a bit of an onerous process given the number of properties we'll be dealing with. We're hoping to have a utility relocation contract out maybe near the end of this year, and then the heavy civil work, the road work, would likely be in 2025. Next slide. Moving on to drainage and storm. I'll provide an update on the DMAF project. So currently, we just completed the Stage 1 EA. The Stage 1 area is between Ream and Gary. We're constructing the sanitary bypass system at Pump Station 1, and then the detailed design work is going to be beginning shortly on the storm pump stations and storm sewers. That likely, we might see some work later in 2024 with that, and likely the majority of it would be in 2025. Moving on to Stage 2, and here's, you can see the map of all 3 stage areas. So the Stage 2 area is the Marintat Drain area. The EA is mostly complete. The commenting period, we've kind of extended a bit based on some of the comments we received in the area, but we're hoping to complete the EA portion of this in the first part of 2024. Really, there's no major, the good news was when they ran the model on this storm drainage area, there's no major infrastructure works for the town of LaSalle, like we potentially thought there might be, which is good news. From a cost perspective, this area won't require as much money as we thought maybe initially, but there will be likely some minor things. And then as Stage 2 completes, we'll move into the Stage 3 EA. And that area is south of the Marintat Drain area to the south end of town. And in that area, there's a series of, I believe, 9 or 10 gravity outlets. So a little more difficult to deal with because it's kind of a longer stretched out area, but we'll be getting into that EA later this year. Yep. On the facility side, there's a bit of an increase in the operating budget, and I believe the finance department touched on this earlier. The cost of maintaining the buildings is just increasing, and we just trying to keep up with what we're having to spend to maintain the facilities. And we do have a facility supervisor in the budget for next year. This will help with keeping up with all the maintenance activities that we have going on, all the all the events and things that happen at the Vollmer and at our new facilities, including the waterfront, the event center, sorry. Into parks, as Mr. Maher mentioned, we're working on the detailed design of the skate trail. So we're hoping that'll be tendered out shortly and a lot of construction to happen in 2024 for that. On the operating side of that one, we're still working on refining our operational plan for the skate trail, as it'll be, quite the thing to keep going and operate. So that's something we're continuing to work on in the Parks and kind of Facilities Department. In the operating side of parks, I'll touch on a bit of a success, we feel we had this year. It was one of probably our best years, we feel like, for the management of our sports fields. And I think that starts with the communication and the messaging and just everyone being on the same page between Public Works, Culture and Rec, and Council as well. So we felt a lot of support from Council, and all 3 of those groups mentioned, I think really led to a successful year with the fields and the user groups. I think we had less issues to deal with the user groups, not zero, but less. So that was a success in our minds. Moving to water, like everywhere else, there's material cost increases continue to affect water. On the capital side, we successfully completed our Ream and Bouffard water mains, which were quite large jobs, which we got a pretty good sizable grant for. So that was excellent to get most of that work done this year. On the wastewater side, we're proceeding with some planned capital upgrades at our various pump stations. I think there's a couple pump stations that we have to increase the size of pumps, and as well as a pump station right over here on North Woodmont for our town center area for the increased density that we're seeing in the town center area. Still with wastewater, we're also going to be undertaking a update to our sanitary system modeling. This is really because of what's coming out of the Howard Bouffard secondary plan. As council's aware, there's kind of some lofty expectations population-wise for that plan, and we have to look at what our capacity is at the city and our conveyance to get the pipes to the city. So that's something we want to review as soon as we can. I know the secondary plan isn't finalized yet, but hopefully as that's finishing up, we'll be able to initiate some engineering work to look at that. Continuing on with some capital items, I believe I touched on most. If there's any other questions on capital, I could answer those now or at the end. Okay. Maybe we'll go back to the goal slide now. Okay. So some of the other goals that I just haven't had a chance to touch on yet. The Parks Master Plan, as Ms. Beggs described, kind of got delayed a little bit because of kind of other demands. Ms. Finaro and I will be pushing that forward early in 2024. The development manual we keep working on, and as our kind of engineering and planning teams evolve, that's helping to add input and refine that development manual as well. As Mr. Langlois mentioned, we're working on the water agreement, and the big item in there that we're feeling good about is securing the capacity we need with Windsor for our future build-out. And then assisting planning with the Howard Bouffard secondary plan, as there's quite a lot of infrastructure involvement with how that plan evolves and things like that. So we'll be putting a lot of effort into getting that finalized with planning. And then maybe we can go to that capital slide there at the end. The last slide I'll show is this is not a budget slide. This slide I added in just to give an idea of kind of the magnitude of construction work that our department will be having to work on over the next few years. Some of these projects aren't even approved yet. Most of them have various other funding sources. So again, it's not a budget slide, but just to give council an idea of the magnitude of construction activity we're going to be seeing in the next 4 to 6 years, which kind of averages out to about $25 million a year, which is quite a large number for, to get built. That's a lot of construction work activity to happen. So just to show, we'll be very busy over the next few years building things. So, and with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Mr. Osborne, I don't want to put you on the spot, and it's going to sound like I am, but please, that's not my intention. Looking at the master plan, I have it here, with the amount of road that you and your team take care of, if we were to upload or download some of the roads, what percentage of savings might we see? Because I look at some of the other municipalities in the area that have a substantial, larger portion of roads that are run by others, as opposed to how we have to administer our road system. So I'm just looking for some input so I can better understand what our costs are vis-a-vis some of the other entities that we have the privilege of working with the mayor and I.
Thank you for the question. I think this will turn more into a finance question, but if we were to take on the roads, we wouldn't be adding a huge percentage of our overall road network to us. But how much we pay out, I think that might be more of a finance question. So we wouldn't be taking, I think we'd be taking 5%-ish, if I'm getting that right, of roads additional to what we have. But the funding side of it, what we pay out currently to get those roads taken care of, I'm not sure exactly what that number is, but we wouldn't be taking on that much lane kilometers of road, I guess, maybe overall.
I see Mr. Militia's reaching for the microphone.
Just further to that, I think that's a question that we won't be able to answer today. I guess we can go through some of the analysis and figure out, I think what you're asking for is for every lane kilometer we upload, what would be the impact on our budget? I think that would probably be a way to calculate that. And so in developing what that lane kilometer cost is, it's an operating impact as well as a capital impact in terms of replacement costs. So we need to kind of go through that a bit, and it may be a little bit different for, let's say, Malden Road as it would be for Huron. Not that Huron would be eligible, but something in that range, the type of road would also affect the amount of upload that we would have. But, you know, a good example is on this list, it says Malden Road, $30 million. And I believe that's just the first phase, both phases of Malden Road. So that would be a cost. If Malden Road would be entirely uploaded, there would be that plus the operating impact, plus the capital replacement impact that we have. So those numbers can get pretty large pretty quickly. But we need to come back with a more fulsome report that outlines that for council.
Supplemental, so is it fair to say, Mr. Militia, that substantial savings would befall the taxpayers in the town of LaSalle if uploading of roads was to take place?
There could be a savings. It would depend on how much and which roads were to be uploaded. But the potential is there for that.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Councillor Burns.
Again, Mr. Hobbit, thanks for, what are we doing in our parks in the way of upgrades? I've asked this question last year. I didn't see any upgrades in the budget. So I know we're going to have a master plan. Hopefully it's going to come in a year or two, but what are we going to do to the parks that we have now that are insufficient, I guess is the easiest way to put it, or outdated equipment? Thank you.
So we do have our regular replacement exercise for playground equipment. I believe council's allocated $300,000 a year, if I'm not mistaken, for playground replacement. So we have a list of the next few playgrounds we'll be replacing, which we continue to work off. However, enhancements is a bit of a trickier component of it, because an enhancement or an additional feature within a park, really before we invest that money, we really do want to get through the Parks Master Plan to help that to guide us with those types of enhancements, instead of, administration just picking something, item A, to add into a park. We were hoping to have that form part of that overall Parks Master Plan for those enhancements to the existing parks. But we do have a replacement schedule for the equipment that, on average is about 20 years the playgrounds would last for, and then that's usually about the time they get replaced with a more up-to-date, modern playground system.
Councillor Riccio-Spagnolo.
Thank you, through you to Mr. Osborne. I see that in the budget there's some ask for some vehicle replacements. With the older vehicles, are we recouping costs by selling those vehicles?
We are. Typically, when we replace a vehicle, our vehicles are generally in fairly good condition, so when we do auction them off through the GovDeals website, we have been doing fairly well with that, what we get. And we'll usually, we don't do it the same day we get the new vehicle. We'll kind of repurpose it for a little bit longer, and then put a large kind of group of trucks up for sale at the same time, and do it maybe once a year or something to that effect.
Councillor Charlie.
Thank you, through you to Mr. Osborne. I don't see anything on here about sidewalks, and that's something that we get questioned about often. Do we have a sidewalk plan that you can share with us, please?
Yeah, we still, I believe in the budget is still $500,000 allocated to pedestrian or active transportation facilities. The last few years, there's some fairly significant trails that are planned to go in, mostly through the Hydro Corridor and through various kind of naturalized areas within the town. Those are our next trails that were planned to go in. But as part of that, we're working through the permitting process with the ministry, which has proven to be onerous to get through. So that's why we haven't seen as many trails going in the last couple of years. We're optimistic at this point. We have a permit that's in, and we're just waiting to hear back. So we haven't forgotten about the trails and the pathways, but yeah, hopeful that those get going soon when we get a successful permit to get through those areas.
Okay, and what about actual sidewalks in residential areas, not just trails?
So sidewalks, new sidewalks within residential areas, as part of our active transportation policy, really are a bit further down on the priority list. So when we came up with the active transportation, or when we updated the active transportation policy a few years ago, it really focused on completing gaps within the trail network and putting trails where there's, I call it pedestrian kind of sources or destinations to go to. So we focused on those areas. We focused on what areas where we know we might have some major road work upcoming. So the addition of sidewalks in residential areas really falls kind of lower on the priority list in that policy. Not to say we couldn't do it. It will be, when we go, the day we go to add sidewalks through residential areas that don't have sidewalks, that's going to be a fairly big bite to chew off, just from a time commitment standpoint, dealing with those residents on that. So that's not really on the immediate horizon.
Councillor Reno.
Thank you. I had a resident ask me a question specifically about a new trail that we just installed on Reham Road. Excuse me. He's well aware that in most subdivisions, people are to clean the sidewalks in front of their homes. He would like to know if the trail that is on the on the edge of Reham Road, if that's something the town will be taking care of, or if he should be prepared to do that.
The multi-use trails would fall into our, I forget the name of our sidewalk and trail plowing map, but I think there's 5 or 6 different categories that it falls into. So a trail of that nature would, I believe, fall into the plowing list. Where it is exactly on the list, I'm not sure. There's different priorities where those fall. On the residential sidewalk side, I don't believe there actually is a requirement for residents to shovel those sidewalks, just to clarify that.
No, I understand that, and thank you. It was just more the relation of a trail versus a sidewalk, so thank you very much.
So I just wanted to maybe draw council's attention back to the slide that's on the screen currently with the anticipated construction work. And this is a newer slide. I don't believe that we've ever shown this before. And it's quite telling, quite honestly. It's a bit shocking and probably more so to the impact that while, over the next 4 to 6 years, we can expect to spend about $150 million, that's probably not all of it. When we start to think about all the other capital works that we do, and even replacement of equipment and vehicles would it takes that type of time. So I want to thank the Public Works team and the finance team for putting this together, because I think it puts things into perspective in terms of the quantum of work that we have going on. And while we are going to do our very best to time the work appropriately and to ensure that the disruption to residences and businesses is minimized to the greatest possible extent, the reality is that when we start Malden Road, the phone will start to ring. That is just going to be a bit of the reality. We're going to try our best to phase that appropriately and ensure that we do our best to manage that to the largest degree possible. But when we're moving things around, there is going to be some disruption, both from a traffic pattern perspective, from a noise, from a dirt and grime perspective. So I think from that side of things, I just want to certainly commend the folks that are at the table right now, but also to bring this more pointedly to light. The other side, I would say, is that while this is a pretty large list, one of the things that what has become more and more apparent, and we were talking with a couple of members of council at the break, and I think it was a good conversation that everyone should be kind of privy to, is that if we don't do any of this work in the next 5 years, and then in the 5 years that follow, we decide to do all of this work, you can expect that that number, instead of saying 152 at the bottom, is probably going to start with a 2. And that's the reality of our, look, I think I set off some sort of alarm just by saying that. But I think that is a bit of that reality of pushing things down the line, is that, yes, it helps us with deferral, it helps us with managing budgets, it helps us with all those things. But in the environment we are today, the cost escalations that we're seeing on the construction side are far greater than what we would see on the consumer price index. Those numbers are somewhere, usually they start with 5, 6, or 7 and go up into the teens in terms of the annual cost escalation. So there's no better time to do these presents than now, to do these projects than now. And I understand that this is a lot of money, and we've been planning to do that. And so we have the financial wherewithal to manage that. It's just a word of caution for members of council as they look at the budget, and this is a good example that if we don't do these things now, and we've seen cost escalations, particularly with the DMAF side, where that project was awarded, I'm going to say 3 or 4 years ago, we're starting, I mean, the cost escalations on the construction side have been very significant, and if I go back a decade, yes, cost escalations occurred at the construction side, but not nearly to the degree that they're occurring today. And so it is one of those risks of delay that we have in terms of what we're doing with that side of it. So as I mentioned, just a word of warning in terms of that number, it will keep our folks hopping. That's the other side, is that I see Mr. Capucci in the back grabbing some water because I think he's starting to sweat back there. But certainly from the engineering side, and certainly Mr. Beggs has some ownership in this as well, it is a bags full of work that we have going on. Boy, that was a poor pun there, but yes, it's a bunch of work that we have going on that certainly is we're going to be challenged to do, but certainly something that's required for the community.
If we go back and just kind of erase the last sentence there. Councillor Reno.
Just one last comment. You know, as we know in our community, we always have different types of people. We have the warm and fuzzy people that love the things that are going on at the Volmer and at the waterfront and the recreational opportunities in the parks. And then we have the non-warm and fuzzy people that get really excited about infrastructure. And a lot of those people, you know, like to come out negative that, you know, the town's not doing anything. And if I'm going to spend my tax dollars, a lot of them even say, I don't mind spending the tax dollars as long as I know that my infrastructure is getting taken care of. And, you know, this is a great, great tool to which I hope to screenshot and use a million times in the future to let people know that we are investing huge money in the next 5 years in infrastructure, and that, you know, they should be, they are as well represented as us warm and fuzzy people on the other side. So thank you very much.
No other questions or comments? Okay, we will move on to Culture and Rec. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. I'd like to just review some successes that we had in 2023 and some of the challenges that we see going forward in 2024. Throughout the day, I think you're going to see what I have to talk about. We've heard a lot of very similar themes in what some of the other department heads and what Mr. Militia had to say earlier. I think you're going to see a lot of that come through in this as well. So one of the big successes that we did have in 2023 was an increase in revenue. That can be attributed to a number of factors. We certainly are seeing numbers return after COVID. And then another area that has really helped us is in our fill rates. So we've really been able to create some efficiencies and increase the number of participants that are in a particular program without adding additional programs. So prior to COVID, if I take aquatics as an example, our fill rates were somewhere around just under 75%. With the reintroduction of programs after COVID and having to really maintain and manage our numbers and the capacity in the pool, we were able to be a little more strategic in how we were planning things, and we started to realize that we were able to increase our revenues without increasing our costs by fitting more participants into classes and not just offering a broad range of classes all at once. So in 2023, we actually had a fill rate of just under 90%. It was 89.5%. So we've been able to still service the same amount of participants without using the same number of classes and instructors. And you will see that when we get to the overall budget that we actually have a net decrease in our budget for 2024. Another big success that we found in Culture and Recreation in 2023 was that we were really able to eliminate some points of failure in our day-to-day operations. And this ties in a little bit with what Mr. Militia said earlier around us growing and having more process and being more corporate. And while you may see that sometimes as not a good thing, in this particular instance, the development of policies and refinement of those policies and consistently applying those policies has really helped enable and empower our frontline staff to do their jobs. They know where the parameters are and they don't have to wait for answers and sort of go up the line. And that has freed our management team up to focus on some higher level goals. And that also ties in a little bit to what Mr. Osborne said earlier about the success in the Parks Department this year and his feeling and the team's feeling that this was one of the most successful years. And I think we would agree in Culture and Recreation as well. A lot of that falls around the policy development and then the ability of staff to communicate regularly and know, again, where the parameters are and having their time freed up from dealing with day-to-day operations to be able to focus on bigger picture items like communication and the processes on how we book fields and communicate that information out. Another area that has helped us in terms of eliminating points of failure is seeing the benefits of the investment that was made in the ActiveNet software several years ago. So again, if I use Parks as an example, there's been a lot of auto-generated reports that have been created as a result of this software. So that's eliminated the need for a person to do that. It creates automatic information that gets shared amongst several different departments. If I use Parks as an example, they receive a regular report. It outlines what's booked, what special events are coming, if there's any changes. Eliminates the need for a person to do it, and it also eliminates the potential for human error and maybe inadvertently leaving information out, or being behind in sending the report or forgetting to send the report. Along with that, we've increased our digital services, which has benefited our customers as well as our internal operations. A couple of the areas, just to give you some examples, we created an online tour of the event center. So this has allowed potential renters to take a look at the space and determine if it might be suitable for what it is they're hoping to do prior to booking a tour, so that we're not having people come through and doing multiple tours only for people to discover, oh, this really isn't the appropriate space for me. I didn't realize it was so big, and those types of things. We've also created a number of internal and external digital forms, which has helped to ensure that information is provided in clear and consistent formats. So a good example of this is there was a digital event safety form that was created. So this is for third-party event organizers. They fill out the form. It ensures that everyone on the internal team gets the information in a clear and consistent format without anything inadvertently being left out or an event organizer perhaps not knowing that information needed to be included. Another area in terms of digital benefits, the team has been able to start really using the tools in Microsoft Office 365 internally. So an example is that Mr. Bisson actually was the one who took this role on and completed a complete list of upcoming events that goes 12 months out. And that list is able to be shared across departments. It outlines the event and who's responsible, and then any internal work order timelines or where you can find more information on the event. So it helps to keep everyone connected and understanding what's going on. We also have the right people in the right places. This doesn't really relate to 2023 because we didn't add any new team members to Culture and Recreation this year, but this year we really saw the benefits of a few years ago when we added the recreation programmer positions. Council's investment in those positions, they're frontline positions, and they play a key role in the day-to-day operations and the delivery of programs and services. Having these permanent professional employees in these roles has taken the pressure of day-to-day operations, as I mentioned, off of our supervisors, which has allowed the whole management team to focus on bigger picture successes, which I've already outlined. So things such as more efficient operations, our policy development, digitizing our services, and then maintaining our high level of service. And lastly, with respect to 2023, I just want to note that there was a lot of growth in 2023 for Culture and Recreation. At the end of 2022, we saw the opening of the Event Center. This brought a number of many new third-party events. Community Pickleball, we delivered a very successful first Last Call Before Fall event. And the department has been busy planning and preparing for the large-scale exhibit, which is going to come to us in January. And despite all of this, sometimes it's easy to forget. We have all these exciting things happening at the waterfront and with the event center, but the Volmers still continued to operate day in, day out through all of that. And not only did it continue to operate, but exceeded our average participation numbers in many cases. Moving into 2024, we see two big challenges that's really facing the department. And again, we've heard about the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan. That was a goal for 2023, but it was sidelined by other projects. So that is a priority for us to get that completed so that we can continue to plan for the future. But again, competing priorities, we see it as a bit of a challenge given all that we have going on in the next year. We also anticipate continuing to see rapid growth in 2024. We see more programs and events, including the large-scale exhibit, which is new to us and will be operating for the first time. So we do anticipate some challenges in managing that. There is demand for more space for activities, and along with new amenities such as the waterfront project that the department is working through. The challenge with that will be to manage all of the competing priorities while maintaining our consistently high level of programs and services with our current staff complement. And with that, I'm available should there be any questions.
Members of council, any questions, comments? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Ms. Renaro, you've mentioned a number of functions that we've attended as council and in various components at the Volmer too. And I just want to say that from a very simple perspective, looking at what your team is able to do, the number of staff you have, the dollars that you spend, I hope that the residents of the town of LaSalle appreciate how mindful you are of what you do and how your team is able to positively contribute to the environment within this community. Whether it's hockey or some of the functions, again, your budget and your budget plan is more than responsible for what you do and the number of citizens that your department touches directly. I realize that Mr. Osborne's department touches everybody because they drive on our roads, but people sometimes don't realize what they do and they see your department as a forward face of this municipality. So I just want to say I appreciate what you've put forward. I think it's well thought out and well presented, and again, thoughtful in your approach to how we touch the residents in this community.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's keep going.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. I too am excited to share with you some of our the information regarding the budget as well as some of the successes and challenges that we're facing. I'm not going to talk too much about this slide as the information on here will be covered on some of the upcoming slides. If we can go to the next slide, please. There it is. Okay, so with respect to the 2023 challenges, I have two listed there. The first one is based around the retention of paid on-call firefighters. And you've heard me say this before, that we are not alone in this situation.
In fact, earlier just this week, the Canadian Fire Census was released, and it covers a period from the beginning of April 2022 to April 2023. And in that report related to this topic, in Canada, 9,500 volunteer firefighters left the fire sector. So for us, in 2023, although it's not, the data isn't for the same time period as the census, 5 of our firefighters have left the fire service. Why is this? And I think there's 2 reasons for it, and the main one being work-life balance. So, you know, kids these days are involved in a lot of different activities and often multiple evenings throughout the week. And, you know, it's just a shared responsibility being a parent, and finding time for a part-time job is becoming more and more difficult. The other thing that's impacting this is call volume. So as our population increases, so does our call volume. And the data that I have been able to analyze so far is that the call volume increases at a higher rate than the population. So if population increases by 3%, call volume might increase by 12%. And, you know, at first I'm questioning why this is, but it's quite likely, or it's possible that, you know, one individual can have both a medical situation or, you know, an accident in the same year, right? So it's just nature of the business, I guess. The other thing with call volume, before I leave that topic, is, you know, with our increase in call volume, we're also seeing the frequency of times where we have multiple calls going on at the same time increase. So if we go back a couple years, right, and you're trying to balance this work-life balance with your spouse, and let's say you're taking one of your children to hockey, and as you're going out the door, the tones go off for a call, you can make arrangements and say, hey, if you drop him or her off, I'll be there to pick him or her up. But what's happening now is we get that initial call, and 3 calls later, because there's subsequent calls, you're gone for 3 or 4 hours before, like once you get to the fire service, you're there for 3 or 4 hours before you get to return. So that's an issue. There's a fundamental issue here as well. So the province of Ontario has mandated every fire service basically to build their response model around 3 lines of defense. First one is fire prevention and inspection. The second is public education, and those 2 are equal in priority. And if either of those 2 lines of defense fail, then incident response. So going back to public education and this work-life balance, we rely a lot on our volunteer component of our fire service for public education, both during the day and or evenings and weekends. And because of this work-life balance and, you know, trying to spend some time with their family, historically, like when I was a firefighter and we would apply for those opportunities or put our name in the hat for those opportunities, we would often be denied because there was so many people that volunteered to be there that you just couldn't accommodate everybody. We're finding now, though, that we're not getting enough people. So it's just something that we're going to continue to deal with, and we continue to do the best that we can. The second one is maintaining the fire inspection schedule. So the province also has a recommended frequency and list of different types of inspections that the fire service needs to provide within their community. But in addition to that is the complaints or request for inspections for fire and life safety concerns within the within our community. So here's an example of a hoarding situation. And as you can see, it's definitely a fire life safety hazard. And this typically comes from either a neighbor or a family member saying, I have concern with, you know, someone that's living in this house. And as you can imagine, this takes a lot of time. not only does it take a lot of time for the fire service, but it also involves the bylaw, the building department, and the police service, and some social services individuals, and it could take literally months to go through and correct this safety situation. Going back to the fire master plan, there's been some advancements made in helping achieve the provincial inspection schedule. We now have a lieutenant that is working 50% of his time in the prevention division and 50% of his time in the training division. So although our ability to do more inspections hasn't been obtained yet, because for this individual to go and do inspections alone, there's different certifications that they need. I'm happy to report that the last of that certification occurred, or the training occurred in November. We're just waiting for the provincial test results. So starting 2024, we will be able to do a better job at meeting the provincial mandated frequency. With respect to accomplishments, I want to be clear that these accomplishments are not mine, but rather of our team, and also include other divisions of administration here. But the finalization of the second station design and the start of construction is very, very exciting for us. We look forward to moving in and calling that one of our firehouses. We also have Firefighter 1 and training of our new recruits. So this is a huge undertaking for our training division. Last year, we were able to backfill 14 vacant positions in our volunteer service. The provincial testing is complete. We have those test results, and so it's an accomplishment to get them to that point. But what that means for the fire service is that they are now legally allowed to do interior firefighting. So this greatly increases our ability for interior fire attack. And on that note, like we're doing very, very well. One of the things that you've probably heard about us talking about is the mandatory certification in Ontario. We're meeting that demand very, very well. There is one challenge that I would like to share with you, and that is around technical rescue. So technical rescue would be things like water and ice rescue, high-angle rescue, confined space, those kinds of things. The deadline for mandatory certification is quickly approaching. It's like July 1st, 2026. However, the details of technical rescue haven't been shared, and the training and training requirements haven't been developed yet. So when those do come out, we will have to make sure that we train aggressively to meet those demands. Any questions on the challenges or successes? If not, we'll go on to the fire master plan. So a quick update here. So the fire master plan that we're currently working on was published in 2019, and it had 46 recommendations in total. 12 of them were council recommendations, and 34 of them were operational. So the 12 council recommendations, 8 of them are complete, and 1 of them is in progress. This one is the transition from a single station model to the 3-station model. So this one will be in progress until the 3rd station is built. There's, there's some that are not started, and that's because some of them we can't really do until, because there's an approved financial plan that goes along with it. So, an example is if we're hiring an additional position, if it's scheduled for 2026, we really can't start on that until 2026. There are some council recommendations that would require some of the operational recommendations to be completed first, because like a prime example of this is a comprehensive training schedule. Once that comprehensive training schedule is complete, it needs to be added as an attachment to our emergency and regulating bylaw. So we're just waiting for some of that work. And there's one that we can't start either because the reference in the fire master plan is telling us that we needed to develop our fire prevention policy in accordance to some provincial document. And that provincial document is not available and is currently under review. So we'll continue to work on that when it becomes available. With respect to the operational recommendations, 21 of them are complete and 10 of them are in progress. I had already talked about the comprehensive training program, and when that one is complete, it will close in total 5 of the recommendations, and eventually it will make it to the establishing and regulating bylaw as well. And some of them are complete, and they're showing in progress, but they need to be added or included in our ENR bylaw. So my goal is just to bring the ENR bylaw with all the revisions at one time. Just some of the upcoming expenditures that are in the fire service master plan. There's none really scheduled for 2024, but progress toward the hiring of 7 full-time firefighters, which is in the fire master plan, will likely take place end of second quarter or third quarter or fourth quarter, just so that we have them in place for 2025 when we expect operation of the second fire station. And then there will, in addition to the construction costs, there will be some additional costs for furniture, fixtures, and equipment, like the compressor for our confined space breathing bottles and those types of things. On the capital side, for upcoming expenditure would be the replacement of our tower. It is 25 years old, and based on what we're hearing from the manufacturers, there's some reduction in price if the municipalities are flexible with the payment schedule. So instead of paying for the tower all at the end, there's a substantial price reduction apparently if we are able to spread out the payment of that throughout that process. So we're hoping to get out for tender in December this year, if not January, but a council report will come with some of that information and the spending time for that. Is there any other questions on the fire master plan? If not, we'll go to the budget slide. So at first glance of this budget, the inflationary charges are likely a surprise to you because it's not typical for a service or a department this size within our organization. I do want to share that $195,000 of that inflationary number is due to wages, or includes wages and benefits. And there was a reduction of $178,200 previously because we had such a large number of vacancies in our volunteer fire services, and we were also not doing public education due to COVID restrictions. So we've filled those positions, and we're back to doing public education. So we have put $178,200 back in the wages and benefits budget, and there's $15,000 for the inflation, or it's the 2%.
Inflation?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, 2% inflation for transfers to reserves and $1,600 for increase in insurance. So that leaves $32,000 remaining for departmental increases. And the top 3 in there are $10,000 for equipment maintenance, $5,000 for conferences and seminars, and $5,000 for training. So these increases in conferences and seminars and training are directly related to the closing of the Ontario Fire College. So historically, we were able to go there for training, and it was $65 for the course, whether it was 1 week, 2 days, or 3 weeks, it was always $65. Now we're having to go out to get that training, and we can't, like our tuition or fees for the course is no longer $65. In addition, we're paying hotel and accommodations for our staff to be there. Is there any questions on that?
I have one question. So you said 178,000 of the 226 is an increase in education? Did I get that right?
Sorry, that is wages and benefits. We're basically just putting back in to the budget the amount that was taken out because we didn't have a full complement of volunteers and we were not doing the public education because of the COVID restrictions.
So it's an increase
Correct.
to that than what we've had, and that's spread out through the year for however many events we attend. Is that how that works? I mean, I'm kind of having a hard time understanding how we got to that number.
So we basically had 14 vacancies in 2022. And we were also not doing public education in 2022. We've filled those positions. So for the entire year of 2023, we were paying our volunteer firefighters for the calls that they go to, as well as the additional cost of public education. And we're just bringing that budget back up to better reflect the actual expenditures in volunteer firefighter wages and benefits.
Thank you very much. Mr. Langlois?
I can just add to that quickly. So of the 178,000, 103,000 is for volunteer firefighters. As the chief mentioned, you know, there's quite a bit of high turnover, and there was quite a bit of new hires last year. And when there is a call, I think that everyone on the platoon is required to respond to it. So, you know, the year before we went significantly over budget, so we're bringing our budget up to what it needs to be.
Councillor Carrick?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm along the lines of the mayor. I guess using the term inflationary kind of messes it up. If you need more training of people or more training dollars, maybe that should be a different item as opposed to throwing it into inflationary changes. Because to me, inflation, that means cost of living and everything else, not hiring people or getting more people to go out and do public service or training and that kind of thing. So I guess that's where it's kind of murky for me. So if that could be maybe looked at in the future. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Regis-Pagnol?
Thank you, through you to the chief. Just a question, you had mentioned education. Is this for all of the firefighters being educated and lodging for your trainings that you attend? Or is there any locally trainings that are offered that you don't have to worry about lodging?
Yeah, I would say 98% of the training that the fire team receives is done internally. It's specialized training. So if I go back to the lieutenant who's taking this training to be able to do inspections on his own, that training is all outside of the Essex County or local region. He's usually having to go to Hamilton or Toronto to acquire that.
So just another comment, as you can kind of see throughout the budget, there's quite a few items. This is one of them. The police college is a provincial college, $65 per person. They reduced that to save money on their end, but look at how much it's costing all the municipalities now to provide that same level of training, but now we have to pay a lot more money for it, a lot more lodging. Overall, it is truly costing the Ontario ratepayers significantly more money overall. It's just in a different place. We can look at the changes that have been made to IRCA. Now we have to take those in-house. We had, in IRCA's budget previously, that paid for some of these items. Now we're increasing our budget $5,000 for some of these services that are no longer provided at that level. With our development charges in Bill 23, there's some changes that have been made to try and spur development. Now, you know, our development charges are reduced by 20% the first year, 15%. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars that's costing us, that's completely out of our control. So it's just important to point out, you know, little bits here and there, but there's a lot of changes that are made at higher levels of government that might save them money, but it costs the municipalities money. It's just, you know, from one level of government being reduced, others are being increased and probably in a higher proportion, I'd have to say. If you take all the municipalities and all that we're gonna have to pay for lodging for the firefighters and the training to occur, I think it's probably a lot more money than the money that they're saving at the provincial level.
Okay, thank you very much. No other questions? We are going to take a 15-minute break. See you at, oh, I guess we'll go to 35? Sure.
Okay. Moving into police service. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Simply based on the advice I've received from the ministry, I'm going to excuse myself. I'm going to be sworn and have to be bound by the Police Services Act, and I've received information from the Zone 6 Director that there may be perception of conflict.
Good afternoon, Mayor Malash and members of council. It's great to be here in front of you with our LaSalle Police Services 2024 proposed budget. I did meet with the Police Services Board back in October, and my budget has been passed by the board. I wanted to bring to your attention that our senior leadership team continues to manage the administrative and operational needs of the service with a primary focus on maximizing our effectiveness and efficiency. So that's a message that I've been, I guess, emphasizing since my term as chief, is to maximize our effectiveness and efficiency. And nothing is sacred within our police service. We're looking for the efficiencies where we can find it, looking for to maximize our effectiveness where we can find that as well. And so the service's 2024 proposed budget is presented at $9,370,200, which represents an increase of 3.7% over the previous year's budget. Contractual increases in the amount of $77,100 represents 0.85% of that total, and $257,100 represents 2.85% of the total. The contractual increases take into account the approved wages and benefits of the collective agreements that are currently in effect. There is some savings currently. We have 3 members that are on pregnancy and planning to be away from the office, from our frontline staff, which 2023 is kind of an anomaly year for us because 25% of our frontline staff has been absent from duty due to injuries, pregnancies, et cetera. And that's a pretty good hit. So to try to make up for that, we've been looking to increase our staff to try to offset that. Some of those members have returned to duty. However, going into 2024, we are going to be down 3 members specifically. So the other issue that comes into play here, just looking at from the administrative side of things, from our senior leadership team, looking at our HR issues, we recognize that staffing levels are important. We want to be able to respond to calls for service. When people call the police, we want to be there. Neighboring services, other police services in the province have different times on when they can get to calls. Our priority is to make sure we answer the bell when the bell rings, and we want to be there for our residents, and we prioritize that. When it comes to our policing model, any special areas that we identify as priorities, such as traffic enforcement, our coast unit, which is our mental health support, our criminal investigative unit, our community liaison officer, those roles, they're all taken from our frontline staff. So we take experienced officers, put them into those specialty areas, that also shorts our community patrol strength. And what we have to do is try to backfill those positions and backfill those to make sure those areas are adequately staffed. We were able to manage that up to last year, throughout 2023, and we found that with 7 members down, we really had to juggle and find out where the needs necessarily needed to be filled in, and it created a lot of challenges for us. So what also compounds the problem for policing, and Councillor Desjardins did mention about that, and that's finding the right people. And our screening process for whether it's police officers or dispatchers is pretty comprehensive. We go through an extensive background check. It's all based on risk management. And obviously, somebody getting into the policing profession, we want to make sure that that's the right person for the job, and that's somebody who's going to last for their career. That's what we look for. And it's extensive. Background checks, we interview grade school teachers on occasion. We do psychological background checks, medical checks. Everything is done to make sure that we find the right candidates. And that pool is getting smaller and smaller all the time. And we're not immune here in LaSalle. We've did pretty good in finding the right people when we need them. But what also compounds the problem for us too is in the this last go around to try to find 2 particular individuals to fulfill the vacancies that we've identified here. We did find 2, but the Ontario Police College only allowed us to send 1, even though we requested 2. So there is the same shortages throughout the province, and those seats for the Ontario Police College for the recruit program are shrunk down. So there's 500 seats available for the next intake. they had 635 applications, so there's an additional amount of people that can't fill those positions as well. A neighboring service not far from us is hiring 50 new officers to add to their strength. They asked for 10 spots at the police college, they were awarded 2. So even though they have identified 10 people and can bring them on tomorrow, they can only send 2 to the college, and that doesn't help with trying to alleviate some of the concerns on the front line. So those are realities that we're facing as well. Which also adds to the idea that if I can't find a recruit, what's my alternative? My alternative might be to look for an experienced officer, somebody who may be not a first class, might be a fourth, third, or second class officer. That's a little less as far as pay goes. But if I'm hiring that particular individual, then that's shorting that other service. So all we're doing is stealing from each other. And it creates an additional problem. But bottom line for us is we want to try to get our boots on the ground as soon as possible. So the reality for us is, when can we find our recruits? When can we hire them? When can we get them available? And I can tell you right now, even based on even the projected budget for 2024, it's even going to be reduced because I can't even bring on that second individual until sometime into the new year. That person won't be ready to go until sometime in March. So just wanted to note that, again, human resources for our administrative group happens to be the priority right now. I mean, there's so many other elements to the policing side of things. I'm sure you can imagine, we're very much top heavy when it comes to policies and procedures. Over 3,100 different policies that we have over at the police station. So we try to manage that as best we can. And again, but right now it seems to be the HR side of things to make sure that we have what we need as far as manpower goes. And again, there's some additional things that come into play as well that we recognize that there's grant funding available for us out there. We do have 2 positions right now that are grant funded. That's the traffic enforcement coordinator as well as our coast unit. And those are funded through provincial grants now, and there is a couple other grants that become available. However, they are driven the similar fashion, where it's we've identified the need, but the need is to assign particular individuals to that to satisfy that grant. So sometimes we have to evaluate, is the the cost analysis, are we getting our bang for our buck by devoting a particular individual to an area? And yet we get the grant money on the other side of it, but yet we're shorting our frontline staff because that's where we're drawing those people from. So I did have one of our senior members prepare a report on recruiting and retention. That was at the request of our Police Services Board, which I'll share with them in January. But it identified what else is going on in our region. And we haven't got to the place, and I hope we never do, to the place where other services have actually got to, looking at signing bonuses to bring on members to their services. There is a couple of services in Ontario that started down that road, looking to spend up to $30,000 to bring in experienced officers to get them to come to their communities. I think as it stands right now, the projection for us looks pretty promising, that we're still able to maintain a certain level of applicants that we can screen through, and so we're pretty fortunate along that line. Just wanted to touch on a couple things. Mr. Militia alluded to at the very beginning when he was speaking about what the growth projections are for the town of LaSalle. And just judging by what, if you look at approximately 1,500 to 1,600 residents per year over the next number of years, you break that down into what the population to police officer ratio is that we currently have, and that's around 1 to 815 residents, so 1 officer for 815 population. So recognizing that means if you look at it in its raw form, 2 officers per year you would need to just to try to maintain that existing strength. From years past, there's been, I think there was a period of approximately 11 years where we never added to our complement. So we've been behind, and now we're catching up finally, and we're getting to the place that where we need to be. So just with regard to some changes that are coming for the new year, the Community Safety and Policing Act, which is going to be replacing the Police Services Act, will take effect in the new year. The date for that is set for April of 2024. And with that comes a great number of changes as far as how we roll out our policing, I guess, policy changes, just how we do things with training. What we need to do as far as getting officers prepared for criminal investigative work, front-loading a lot of training along that line. So there is a number of changes that are going to come there, but it also has a direct effect on all those policies. So each of those 3,100 policies I mentioned have to be gone through one at a time to make sure they're now consistent with this new legislation that's coming. A couple of things that are coming in the future that we don't want to shy away from, and that's the fact is that we have 13 of our senior staff or 13 of our members that are eligible to retire in the next 2 years. So that's a pretty significant number too, and we have to be prepared for that as well, to recognize, are we bringing people in and getting ready? Because if I was to hire a cadet or a recruit as of today, that individual will not be back from the police college until sometime late March, early April. They'll go with the coach officer for 90-plus days as a trainee, and then they'll be on their own probably by the summertime. So when I'm looking to make sure I have boots on the ground and ready to go, it's around approximately 6 to 7 months before that officer's ready to actually physically respond to a call independently. And just on the other side, when it comes to our shortages from this last year, we've experienced quite a significant amount of overtime, and from officers that have to fill in because of shortages. I have one officer that's closing in on 900 hours overtime. That's working almost 6 months more for the year. I mean, 2,080 hours is your yearly hours that you'd work. He's closing in on 900 hours. I say that because we have a workforce that is committed to doing their job and making sure that we have adequate coverage, but we also have a workforce that is not to the place that they're burnt out. And what I mean by this is, by mentioning the numbers of the overtime, is that we don't want to put them in that position. And that's where the extra staff coming in is going to certainly alleviate some of that concern and make sure that we have the manpower ready to address the calls as they come. Just on another note, we currently have an ongoing community survey or public survey that's online through SurveyMonkey. As of today, we have 373 surveys completed, and I can tell you that there's overwhelming support for LaSalle Police Service based on the comments that are there. So it's very reassuring to hear from our community. It's very nice to hear that for sure. A couple things I want to point out when it comes to just our partnerships. So if you can go back, Tom, just talking about our partnerships with the rest of the town of LaSalle especially. There's 3 words that come to mind, and that is, when it comes to partnerships for me, it's integrated, interoperational, and interdependent. You know, I look at the community around me here today and realize that I don't do things in isolation. The town doesn't do things in isolation. We kind of depend on each other to make sure that things happen. And just to draw attention to a couple of things, a couple of the connections that we've made, especially over the last couple of years, just when it comes to even council. You know, police want to make sure we have a presence at certain events that council attends, as well as council meetings, with our administrative partners in the CAO's office, partnering on the future. We have ongoing communications about staffing. We're talking about service delivery models. We're even talking about what the future holds for facilities. Obviously, there's some thoughts about expansion and where are we going to be in 10 years from now, or where are we going to have room for everybody looking at the future. When it comes to finance, certainly Dale and Tano and his team, we rely on them for our budget, our grants, our expenses to make sure that we're in check there. And again, it's not anything that we're doing on our own, just running amok. We want to make sure that we're in line with proper protocols there and making sure that things make sense. With our human resources partners, recently they spoke about the UKG onboarding. That we've partnered with them on the collective agreements and getting them passed, as well as the hiring and different recruiting things that we've introduced, as well as included them on that, and also the employee engagement survey that was just completed. The strategy and engagement department are consistent shared messaging. Again, for the rest, we're looking at trying to bring on some more of our history and including that as well in our website, and just sharing about the history of our police service. There's a lot of stuff that's out there, but we want to try to get that stuff together as well, and also include that with the town, the rest of the town, and the history of our department. Legal department, so thanks to Dominic for his advice and assistance on different matters, especially on some contracts. The IT department, a big one for us, providing ongoing support. And I know that was alluded to earlier, and it's so important to us to realize that, again, no slight to previous practice or whatever was happening before, but recognizing that our IT partners, we're in together. This is our shared partnership, that we want to make sure that we're forging ahead and recognizing that the town's best interests are in mind when we're making decisions for the future, and it's not just independently left to contractors to make the decisions for us. Public Works Department, certainly on the facilities management side of things, thanks to Mark Masanovich and his team there, because certainly they have made sure that we don't have to worry about making sure the lights are on or the gas bill's paid or the doors are fixed or the roof is, you know, if it's got a leak in it like my office did a couple weeks ago, that kind of thing. So thanks, Mark, for that. Appreciate that. And also Jonathan and his team on, you know, we support them in the communications area as well for them, their team on the road and traffic calming and management areas. Culture and rec, you know, we have direct involvement in event planning. That's a big thing for us too. We want to have a seat at the table when events are planned for the town of LaSalle. We want to make sure we're there, we're part of the conversation, and we make sure that the police interests are taken into consideration. It's stuff that, again, we're working as a team. We want to be part of that team. And certainly we provide, you know, police presence at facilities and events whenever those events occur. And again, also with fire, just partners in our emergency response and certainly joint coordination on our radio communications efforts as well. So that's kind of it. I just wanted to at least thank our residents, first of all, for those that may be tuning in, and certainly town council, our town staff that are here today, and our policing partners for your continued support of our members and as we carry on the business of maintaining the safety and security of our community. So thank you. I'd be willing to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Yes, Councillor Reno.
Thank you, Your Worship. Chief, and I understand that you guys are governed through the Police Services Board, so this is just a general question about a comment that you made earlier about having two officers that are here on grants, if I understand that correctly. So my concern is that with other grants that the town gets outside of policing, they seem to be dwindling and sometimes just disappearing. What kind of action plan do you have moving forward if either of those two positions were to disappear? Would they be showing up as a line next year for an enhancement? Would they be jobs that were lost, or are these things that are you know, dictated by a higher authority? I'm just curious to see what that could look like, knowing that a lot of our outside funding seems to dry up.
Right. In the past, there used to be some consistent funding for grants. Our grant money was consistently distributed throughout different police services. Under the, I guess it would be 2016, I would think, 2017 was the Police Effectiveness and Modernization Grant, the PEM grant they called it. And that's when we created the mental health support officer position, as well as there was a drug resource officer. And so some consistent grant money. Well, what was consistent before was now coming in a different form, under a different idea or a different shape. Now you had to justify why you wanted to do that. So as it stood since 2017, grant money's been available for us. We just have to justify what we're doing with it. So we've made application through the PEM grant for those several years. That morphed into the Community Safety and Policing grant, our grant application process, which our current Coast Officer and Traffic Enforcement Officer are funded under those grants through there's a provincial grant funding through that. So for the future, I can see that as it stands right now, that grant funding should consistently be there. However, I can't say for sure. However, when the comment that I mentioned about 13 officers retiring in the next 2 years, that allows for some adjustment. So should somebody go back into patrol and we have to find a vacancy, there is the option of that occurring. So there might be some morphing of that for the future.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that there's a little wiggle room in there, and that our people that we're investing time and money into are valued employees, and that there's options for us.
Mr. Militia?
Just one comment, again, in a bit of the learning from the experience that I will say, unfortunately, that certainly the police services has gone through in terms of the amount of absence, which I think if I go back in my history, it's probably, I don't think we've ever had a year where we've missed that much time from people for various reasons. But one of the things that it has really brought to light for us is that and not only for police, we look at it from the non-police environment and mainly emergency services, as in our case would be fire. While in other departments and areas, we look at staffing levels, and should somebody be absent, we look at how can we replace that. Sometimes we can go without. Sometimes we can hire an external source or a contractor. Other times there are other available resources that will pitch in. And sometimes we've had some great success in seconding members from a part-time role and putting them into a full-time role. So we have that experience in the non-emergency services side. In the emergency services side, we don't have that option. And so one of the things, and this is one of the items that we've been discussing with Chief Davies, is that we need to change the framework of how we think about staffing in emergency services. As much as this is somewhat difficult, and it goes a bit contrary to what is the required budget, we almost have to think of staffing at a 110% rate as opposed to a 100% rate. And that is just to account for the absences that inevitably will happen, and that we will be able to accommodate within a staffing complement without having a risk, an unusual risk. And you know, in the non-emergency services world, if we ask employees to work overtime, they can say no. In the emergency services side, they can't, by and large. And so, you know, we have officers that, you know, thankfully have stepped up and are working more and more overtime, but there is a risk of burnout. And as these officers approach retirement, their eyes might be a little bit bigger because they're looking forward to retirement because they're working so much in their later years, which is not atypical. So I only say this from the perspective of framing a thought process around emergency services, that the thought of staffing, and you know, again, Chief Davies and the police service are trying to get their feet underneath them from what the experience has been in 2023 and seeing what that looks like in 2024. But, you know, we talk about it with fire as well, is how do we frame staffing in a way that we have the available resources should we have some absence? I don't think we could ever plan for what sounds to be about 20 or 25% absentee, and we talk about absenteeism and sometimes in a negative sense. This is valid absenteeism, like for valid reasons. I don't know if we ever be able to plan for that, but we should be able to have enough given the system, if you will, to plan for maybe a 10% or 15% absenteeism. So with a force of 35, 40 active officers, if I've got that, that at 10%, that's 4 extra people. And the reality is that in some years, when nobody is off, we'll have 4 extra people. The real reality is that we haven't hit one of those years in the last 20 years. And so we're never going to be overstaffed, quote unquote, because of the need. And we've been able to manage it through overtime and through others pitching in, but it's a real concern. And this really came to light this year, probably more so because of the volume, but it starts to think about what could happen in fire. And we ran through this in COVID, quite frankly, where we had few, thankfully, but we had isolated episodes where we had a number of officers off, and we were scrambling a little bit to say, how are we going to handle this? And thankfully, we were able to. But I just put it for council's consideration that we maybe need to reframe how we think about staffing in emergency services away from 100%. It needs to be a little bit different in that role. So I only, like I said, it's not anything we're asking for today, but it's something I think that as we go through and as we establish these budgets, we understand how the fire model is going to work with 2 and 3 stations and more full-time, and how the police model is working. This will be something that will probably be more discussion happening at the council table and certainly at the board table as well.
Councillor Carrick and then Councillor Burns.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the Chief. Just maybe an overview or an update on mental health issues, going to calls, what the process is, where we're at with that, how it's been working, that kind of thing. Because you're even talking about officers working 800 hours overtime. I mean, burnout, that becomes a serious issue down the road. If it does, those kind of things, and plus going to calls, how are we dealing with that, if that's okay?
Yeah, just as far as our coast model goes right now, we have 1 senior constable that's assigned to that unit, and they're partnered with a social worker from Hotel de Grace, and they on both Tuesdays and Thursdays, they go out and meet with clients. It's usually it's a second response, so it's not front response, obviously, or first response. And the reason for that is safety. Obviously, if you're going to a mental health call, that might be a hot call. We don't want to put our social worker in any kind of danger, that kind of thing. So it's always after the fact. Those calls are, I wouldn't say necessarily they're increasing, they're pretty consistent. But again, ultimately what we're trying to do is have a reduced number of calls. However, we're noticing that there's calls that we can have a mental health, I guess there's a mental health component that we can try to address at it after the fact. So even though the numbers could be have a tendency to go down, we're still trying to maintain a certain amount to make sure that we're addressing them. And when it comes to even employees, our mental health support officer or coast officers also have reached out to people in-house. Coincidentally, one of our mental health officers is also an employee wellness officer too, so they assist with that as well. So sometimes I understand that some of our members have reached out and looking for assistance and referrals to different things as well, so it's good.
Councillor Burns?
I remember we got full funding from one government under Mr. Russell's, was the chief at the time, and I said, yeah, that's great. When they pull it, we're still left with those officers. There was no answer from the chief of the day, but that funding comes and goes. But I can tell you that when I was at the Grey Cup in Hamilton, I never saw so many cadets. And those cadets in the Hamilton service are waiting to get into, which was surprising to me, to police college. I'm sure I saw at least 40, and then again, when you speak to the sergeants and the people there, they're having the same problem you are. I believe Chatham-Kent is having the same problem with getting officers. So it's a challenge. I think the other thing that you need to look in your program is weeks of vacation. We never think about that. But when you have senior officers who get 6 weeks or 7 weeks or 8 weeks, you need a person to replace that person. At what level, I don't know, but we have to have 4 extra, and that's your recommendation, and I think we need to go forward with that. Your officers have challenges that we know nothing about, and that I personally don't want to know anything about. But the one thing that I am concerned about is their family life and how they get along, because it'll not only lead to burnout, it'll lead to divorce, it'll lead to whatever else goes along with that, or addiction. So thank you for bringing that forward. And I want to say publicly here that I know it costs us a couple $1 million more than OPP, but I have not heard anybody in my years of being on council that does not want to pay that in order to have a safe community that we have. And we don't emphasize that we've been in the top 3 for the last 5 or 8 years, whether we're first, second, third, or fourth for our size. It's tremendous. And that's the reason people come here, for our services. So I'm willing to pay that. I'm willing to fight for that in public with anybody. And again, it's all the services we have, not just yours, but I think it's important to say it because I don't follow Facebook, but I've been told by a rumor mill. So thank you, Chief, for what you're doing, and thank you for the openness with council as well. I think that's one thing you brought in your term here, and I didn't get to work with you the last 4 years, but I thank you and your administration for that.
Any other questions or comments? Fantastic. We'll move on to the non-departmental budget.
Thank you. So this is the last department of the day. So basically the inflationary changes, the $400,000 is primarily made up of our phase-in of the garbage collection, which is increasing, this is the second of 3 years, $200,000. And then our garbage disposal, this is also linked to growth as well. That's an $800,000 increase. As there's more houses, there's more garbage to dispose of, so that price goes up accordingly. And then the other larger component is the $50,000 increase in our transit costs, and that's primarily related to the cost of fuel. From the recommended enhancements is the second phase of the organics collection buildup. I mentioned earlier, that's going to be rolled out in 2025. And the minimum cost for that annually is going to be $500,000. It's probably going to be, I bet, a couple $100,000 more than that annually. So with this, we'll have $200,000 built up. Next year, we're going to have a significant additional increase to that number, but we'll find out what the actual figure is. And with that, that makes up the non-departmental budget, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Members of council, Councillor Carrick?
Through your worship. So I guess the question, I get this answered a lot, is ridership for the buses. So do we have like a general idea of where it's going? Because I know right now, because sometimes I hear complaints, hey, the bus isn't on or whatever, and then there's expansion of possibly routes that are being asked for. So I just kind of like to get a feel for what we're looking at.
I'll take that question. I'm glad my computer's still working because I had this chart up on my computer for a while now. 2023 is a super year for us for ridership. We're aiming to project this as our highest ridership year. Recognize that transit was introduced in 2017, in August of 2017, and our first round of 5-year contract expired in 2022, so half of that was pandemic restrictions. So when we go through the numbers, 2017 we operated for 4 months and we offered free rides. We were about 13,000 riders for that 4-month period. 2018 we saw just shy of 34,000, so we jumped up to 34,000 in 2018. 2019 there was about 27,000. Then we get into 2020 and 2021. So 2020 came down to 9,000. 2021 came in at 6,000. 2022, early in 2022 was when the restrictions eased up, so we rebounded back to 17,000. And right now for 2023, we're at 31,000. We still haven't accounted for December. So when we look at where we're headed, we have a really good opportunity here to continue to increase that ridership. Through the last round of contract extension. So in 2022, we did that contract extension for another 5 years. So that takes us to August 2027 with the current 5-year contract, with the current route we have, the current schedule. Coming out of prior to us negotiating our next round of contracts, the town is posed to enter into a transit master plan in 2025 to 2026 so that we can address some of those concerns, adjusting the routes, adding in a second route. At that time, we'll have a better sense of permanent ridership without COVID restrictions, without those types of things. We'll start to see what that is. And we also want to give an opportunity for some of the growth areas to mature. So you see the Howard Bouffard area, we have the Seven Lakes area. Well, again, to put a route out there for a small Seven Lakes area is probably going to be problematic. But in 2025 to 2026, we hopefully will start to see some maturing and some development happening out there, and there's an opportunity to break those routes up. So we've done some preliminary investigation of what that is as part of the transportation master plan. But again, we'll do a real specific dive into transit master plan and transit review in 2025, 2026. This will allow us to come to council for the next contract negotiations and build in those resources to allow us to either expand, modify, or things of that nature with respect to transit.
So I will tell them people are on those buses. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. There being no other questions in the departmental part of the budget, is there any questions overall regarding anything that's been presented today? There being none, before we get into the final part, which is the debate, I guess, more or less between council members and the direction to be given, I wanted to take this time before we got to the end to actually thank everyone. I know this isn't an easy process, and I know council tends to ask a lot of our administration, but you have again presented us with a very detailed and a very fiscally responsible budget. And I want to thank you for not only the work you guys do throughout the entire year, because you work tirelessly for our community, and even though maybe our residents don't see what you do on a daily basis, we know what you do, so we want to make sure we say thank you. Thank you also to those who were able to attend the open house that we had at the Valmer. Even though we may only have 20, 30 people, I don't even know how many people actually showed up that night, the fact was we were there and we were waiting for them to come to be able to answer their questions, to help guide people through that budget process and to make sure they understand how it works and how it's going to affect them. So I think being as transparent and open as possible is what we've been doing, and I really thank you guys for giving your extra time to be there to assist and answer those questions. Even though it wasn't a lot of residents who attended, I do believe 95% of them walked away with a better understanding of the budget process and why the increase is needed this year. I think that this budget has done a great job considering our residents, the pressures that they're under, but at the same time making sure that we look after the infrastructure in our community, the safety of our residents, and we look into the future, and we're not only looking at what's happening today or in the next 12 to 24 months, let's say. So I really want to thank all of you for your hard work throughout the entire year. And yes, that's all I have for right now. I'll turn it back over to council to have maybe some discussion over our next steps in the process. Any questions or comments about what's been proposed? Right now, I guess I could have had the numbers handy. Where is that slide? So being presented right now, it was an increase of $193.42 per year, or $16.11 per month. So what I'm looking for from council's direction to administration as of what we'd like to see with the budget. We can accept it as is. You can also recommend a change in the budget. Can we have maybe a little bit of debate on that before we move a motion, if possible? Councillor Carrick.
All right, I'll start. So anyways, thanks everyone again. As the mayor said, I'll go the mayor's comments. So for me, this isn't about being against administration, about being against any individual council members. It's about finding a happy balance between the people that have come to me outside and what I'm hearing from administration. So basically what I'm hearing from the outside is people haven't even gotten raises of 6.8%, or even 5% for that matter, to offset the prices that are coming. So myself personally, I haven't had a raise probably in 2 years, maybe 3, because the government froze us. So when we're going through this process and understanding that I get it, you guys make valid points and everything's warranted, but for me, I'm trying to find a happy balance between that and what I'm hearing from the outside, from the residents. And 6.8% is very high, even though it doesn't seem like it when we're being presented the budgets. I mean, I would be happy to give 10% if I could. But having said that, understanding that there are serious things coming, interest rates haven't fallen and they might fall a little bit, but there are a lot of people that are suffering, and we're in a position where we can maybe do a little something about that to help ease a little bit of it. So I'm not saying that I want zero by any stretch of the imagination. I'm saying that the Canada average was 3.8% for the month, I think, of October increase index, and I think it might be even a little bit less now at that point as the general average overall, even though local prices are higher in some respects, maybe most respects. But I'm trying to find a happy average, and I think what's livable for me is 5%. And that's $2 million over and above what we're already getting from new builds. So having said that, that's my comfort level, 5%. I need to find a happy medium, and 6.8% is just too high for me personally, and what I'm hearing from the residents. So I'm comfortable at 5%, and I would support that.
Thank you. Other opinions, questions, comments? Councillor Desjardins.
Thank you, through you as well. Thank you, everybody, for the presentation that you've done. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of numbers. Excellent explanations as to why we have to do what we have to do. And again, talking to people outside, 6.8 is just not something that our folks are willing to pay. A lot of them can't do it. As Councillor Carrick said, people are not getting raises, pension checks. We have a lot of seniors that live in town, And with some of the other things that I'm involved with, I hear from them loud and clear that this is not going to work well. And what bothers me, to a degree, is we talk about it being a $16 a month increase, but that's not looking then at the county taxes. Hopefully the education tax will be zero, but looking at what we have here, it could be double that. And it doesn't sound like a lot of money, but if you're on a pension and things are tight, and everything else is going up, that could be a lot of money. And that could really mess up a senior's budget. So I think we need to sharpen our pencils just a little bit more if we could. 5 is a comfortable spot for me when I look at these. I'm not sure where we can cut, because you guys have done a good job of bare boning the budgets, but I do think if we can get it down to around 5, I think that would be much more bearable for our people. That's just where my head's at right now.
Councillor Richo-Spagnola.
Thank you, through you. So yeah, I agree with fellow councillors. You guys did a fantastic job with presenting this very detailed budget. I'm very comfortable with the 5% as well. I think we need to be fiscally responsible, as well as there are some maybe minor tune-ups in this budget that we can maybe adjust or reduce without cutting services, because I know that our services are top-notch. But with inflation and the residents who reach out to all of us, I think that the 6.8 is a little bit too high at these times, and I want to be as respectful, and I guess the wording I'm looking for is just fiscally responsible for the town as well as for our residents, because I know a lot of them do struggle, whether it's a one-home income, whether it's the seniors, whether it's the pension situation. I think 5% is 5.5 is where I can land.
Councillor Reno.
Tano, thanks for letting me borrow your sheet here, because I've been doing a lot of marking on it the last little while. I understand the challenges of people that are on a fixed income. I think I mentioned to a resident that in the next few years I hope to be on a fixed income. So I understand when everything's going up around you, that it really brings the walls in quickly. At the same time, if there was a lot of fluff in these numbers, I would find it easy to say, let's go down to 5. Personally, I keep looking at it, and I'm not a financial expert, that's why we have you guys, but I personally can't see how you're going to take $1 million out of a $2 million list here in order to get down to 5.0. However, I do echo the fact that there are people out there that need help and we seem to be about the only ones that can help them. Tim Hortons isn't changing the price of their coffee because of the pandemic. So I would entertain a 5.5% increase if you could give us a realistic list of things that will be affected. My biggest concern is that being on council for 10 years, I have heard about Malden Road for 10 years. 10 years people have been frustrated. 10 years people can't get across town. And my biggest fear is that if you cut half of that money out of the capital, is that going to extend that project? Is that going to put this off again? And that's my biggest fear. And before I would vote positively for any increase, I would like to see the ramifications of dropping down at that point. But I would be interested in seeing what 5.5 would look like after our financial team takes a look at it. Thank you.
Councillor Burns.
Well, I mean, it's not just seniors. You know, from a senior's point of view, I am. And when you retire, that's your income, whatever that amount is. So we take 2 or 3% every year, it does affect them. The other side of the scope is people who have built here, homes here 5 or 6 years ago, they're now renewing, they're not taking 5 or 6% from them. They're going up to 8% from maybe a 2% mortgage. So it's 6% on whatever they owe. I can remember going from 11% to 21.5%. It doubled my payment. These young people that we have in our community, or people that have moved here from other areas, are going to find the same thing's going to happen to them. So it's important. The other part of the issue is we experience the same amount of increase as the taxpayer running this town. My insurance went up about 9.5%. If I look at everything that we do has gone up, particularly in food and some of the basics, education. So as much as I would like to approve the budget, and again, I thank you all, I don't think this is a malicious budget in any way, it is what we've asked administration to do. What does it take to run this town? And at this point, it's 6.88. But again, I've been asked by people, when this budget's been out long enough, people know what it is, can we do a little bit better? I can live with 5%. I think that's a reasonable amount. It is not up to me to tell administration what areas do you cut, what areas do you not put reserves in, what areas do you use that's discretionary funding to fund the 1.88. I think I have the faith that they will come out with exactly what we need, and we can move forward with that, and we can all say one thing. And I've asked our chief financial officer, what are the downloads that nobody talks about from the federal and provincial government? So 1.5% or 2%? Well, we're eating it up. We hear about it in fire. We hear about it in almost every department. And I think that's an important figure going forward that we need to put out to the public so they understand our positions. And I think that the CEO, Mr. Militia, put out, we're either going forward or we're going backwards. And I was here in 91 when one mayor said there's not even enough money here to buy rubbers. You know, when we're adjusting the budget by hand and all of that kind of stuff. There's not enough for pencils. We have enough for all of that, and the public still is going to demand more from us. So cutting services, to me, in a large amount is not the way to go. So whether we put a project off, put a little less into reserves, that is your challenge, and I hope that you, as you've done in the past, will meet the challenge that's being put forward. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've listened to my colleagues, and I have an idea in my head. I'd like to see two numbers. To what Mr. Burns just said, the impact of cutting will change what this community is. And rather than send back and go back and forth, I've heard two numbers here, Your Worship. I've heard 5 and 5.5. I don't believe that it's unreasonable, and the last thing I want to do is handcuff our senior staff to say you will make 5. I'd like to see what the impact of both those numbers would be so that we can make a more informed decision. Because if we look at effective use of their time, the amount of effort that they're going to put in, let them do 5 and 5.5 present, and I understand that that means a reduction in something. 5 might be a reduction in forward-facing services. It's going to affect people. 5.5 may not be forward-facing services. It might be something that we could do. So if it's appropriate, Your Worship, I'd like to see both and leave it to the financial professionals to decide how they do it so that we don't say to them, 5 is draconian, you've cut snowplows, right? That can't happen in this community. We wanted to at least let the professional staff have some latitude in what they do. And again, I've heard these two numbers from my colleagues, and I'm just going to suggest, if that's appropriate, Your Worship, that might be a way to address the comments that I've heard here.
Okay. Mr. Militia?
Obviously, I don't get a vote in this, so I just want to make that clear to the viewing audience. Again, one of the things, the challenges we have, and believe me, most of administration, some of us longer than others, and just for the younger folks, rubbers are actually erasers, as opposed to something else that you might be thinking about. Councillor Burns and I come from a different era. But I will say that we take no offense, and we all realize that we're all here for the betterment of the community. And so we understand that, we're putting forward what we think is the best action plan. But we also understand that there has to be a balance. And so we're trying to, straddle that area of, do we want to be more transactional or do we want to be more stewards? And so that's that concept that we're doing. And I think this budget does that. I also appreciate the fact that from an acceptability perspective and from a responsibility perspective, there may be some other concerns that council's bringing to the table, and we certainly understand that. I would suggest, Madam Mayor, if I could be so bold as to suggest that perhaps, again, we could come back with a report to council, and just so council's aware, we would not be able to do that until the January 9th meeting, which, given our timeline on the agenda preparation and issuance process and the holiday season, we would be at a point of issuing a report for the agenda, or issuing the agenda, I should say, for January 9th of December 23rd, or 22nd, am I close with that? So we are, so from that perspective, we're prepared to follow, obviously, council's direction, but we hear two numbers that are the range of possibilities, we'll call it. And so from what I understand from council, they would like a budget back no more than 5.5%, with some understanding as to what's being cut and what potential could be for further cuts beyond that. And so if you give us that latitude, we'll come back to you with a budget of somewhere between 5 and 5.5%, which outlines what the cuts have been and what those impacts are. So I'll leave that with you, but that's just a suggestion at that point.
Thank you very much. Before we get to a motion.
Not a motion.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Just a point. My learned colleague, the deputy mayor, said 5. Here's what you get for 5, and here's what you get for 5.5. I think that's the direction that the deputy mayor wants to follow, not 5.5, and then this is what else you lose. So I think if I understand, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Acapata, we would like both options, and then it's a very simple decision for us to make. It's either 5 or 5.5. And if that's the direction, then I'd be prepared to make a motion to do that, if my worthy colleague would second it.
I was thinking I was going to get to that at some point. I think the really interesting thing is we had those amazing little panels set up at the Volmer, and I was in love with the first 2 panels because I think it really helped our residents understand where we fell in the community as far as our current taxes, as well as the grants that we receive or don't receive. But the other slide that I thought was really, really important was that slide where it showed exactly where the money was going this year and all those increases. And I stood there with residents and I said, okay, here it is. What are we getting rid of? And they would go, well, fire is important, police is important, infrastructure is important, we have to pay for garbage, you have to, and at the end of the day, they couldn't remove anything from what you proposed. And we understand that. So I think going forward, we have to remember whatever we send back administration with, they are coming back and they are going to have to remove something. Something is going to have to be put aside and pushed down the line to a future date. And we have seen in the past when we've pushed things down a year or 2 or 3 years, the cost just continues to rise. So we end up paying more in the long run because we were trying to save a little bit here. And eventually those residents are going to end up having to pay for that. So I want to make sure that we really take a balanced approach. We all agree that the current rate put before us is not acceptable for our residents. So with that, I don't really want to tell administration 5 or 5.5. I think what our CIO said makes the most sense, which is make our municipal tax rate increase no more than 5.5% with a detailed listing of the reductions and see where we can go from there. I think if we, like Deputy Mayor said, we don't want to handcuff them more or less with a certain number, but I think if we say no more than 5.5, we see where that takes us. By then, maybe we have a little bit more information to kind of help us make that decision. But I think we all really looked at this budget, and there's not a whole heck of a lot that come out. So for us to get down to that 5, which believe me, we would all love, we'd have to all be willing to accept a reduction in service. And that is not something I've heard our residents say. So in my opinion, I would love to see that we send it back to administration. We'd ask them to come back at January 9th, 2024 meeting, and that we ask them for a revised budget, again, with a municipal tax increase of no more than the 5.5%, but with a detailed listing of reductions. And if they maybe want to include a couple more things to show us, yeah, you can get lower, but this is the service you're going to lose if you do that. I think that's the best way to move forward if council can agree on that. And I will turn it back over to council for a motion. Councillor Carrick.
So I'm not at 5.5. I'm at 5. So I would rather prefer a 5 and a 5.5% budget. I'd rather have two kicks at it because we can slow some stuff down. We can maybe slow back a little bit of the reserve we put in, and that's how I'm thinking. I don't want to say, okay, they're going to come back at 5.5 no matter what. I want to see 2. So there's options there, so that I'm not guessing, and I'm not saying 5.25. That's where I'm at. So that's why I said I'm at 5, but I'm willing to look at 5.5 as well. But at the same time, I don't want it mixed or mashed. I kind of like to see solid proposals rather than guesstimates.
Your worship?
If there's no other comments, being none,
I would make a motion that we bring a report in at 5 and one at 5.5. And then we will have all the facts we need to make. We do. If we don't want to cut that service to get to 0.5, then we'll leave it in. And I think you got option A and option B. And let's not muddy the water. So I'd make that motion.
moved by Councillor Burns. Support by Councillor Carrick. All in favor of the motion put before us? Opposed? Motion carries.
Sorry to give you more work, Mr. Dale.
I guess before we voted, we probably should have made sure that that was doable within the time frame we have with the holidays, asking for a little bit more of a comprehensive report.
As I understand it, if I believe that we would have until December 22nd to release the budget to council, to release the report as well as the agenda. 21st, sorry, the 21st. Are we closing this? So I didn't realize we were closing this tonight. So we have until the 21st, which gives us about 10 days or so to do that. So I think, I'm just looking at the finance folks, I think we will be able to put together some options and a report back to council, which will be released on that time frame. So I think we can do it on the outside chance that we can't, which I don't believe the case, but in the outside chance that we can't, we could also release that, I'm going to say, our meeting's on the 9th. So on the 2nd or 3rd of January, we could issue a supplemental agenda. It's not my favorite thing to do, quite frankly, but if we could do that. If Dale and Tono go fisticuffs and go hand to hand there, I don't know, I take all the bets, by the way, on that, but if in fact that is the case, and we could also always defer to the second meeting in January. Again, not my favorite thing to do, but I think we should be able to hit the 9th, the 21st of December deadline for the 9th agenda. We should be able to do that.
I was just worried because I know we're heading into holidays and vacations, so I wasn't quite sure. Mr. Langlois?
We'll get started tomorrow, working on it. I am taking Friday off as a little holiday. Need a little mental break, but But we'll get started. We'll work hard on, we got a lot on our plate as well, even though, you know, budget's done. We have a lot of other stuff to do, but we'll start working on it right away and make sure we get it done.
Okay. So with that, again, thank you everyone for joining us today. I know these sessions are kind of long. Anyone online who may have joined, thank you as well. And I just have, yep, I know what I was doing. We have the confirmatory bylaw 8840 be given a first, second, third reading and finally passed. Moved by Councilor Richo Spagnolo, support by Councilor Burns, all in favor, and that carries. Thank you again for joining us.